time breaking, promises made while the world's still shaking. People searching, trying to find the truth. Everybody talking, who's speaking proof? Voices rising from every neighborhood, fighting for tomorrow like we always should. Justice ain't a trend, it never goes away. The choices that we make write another page. Don't let the noise drown out your voice. History is written by every choice. Stand together, don't divide. Truth don't need a place to hide. Headlines don't sleep, the people still speak. Raise your voice, stand on your feet. Hope is alive, the future's ours to keep. No matter who's in power, the people don't sleep. The people don't sleep. From city lights to the small town streets, every generation has a story to repeat. Different opinions, different points of view. Still one tomorrow we're all living through. Ask the questions, read between the lines. Keep your values stronger than the headlines. Respect the facts that wisdom lead. Real change always starts with these. We're watching, we're learning, we're voting, we're serving. No fear, no silence, no giving up, no. Keep rising. Headlines don't sleep, the people still speak. Hope survives when communities meet. Truth and justice are mountains we climb. One voice becomes a movement, one step becomes a time. Tonight. Yo, Imani, talk your talk. Facts, facts. I came with receipts, I ain't come to play. Expose every lie they've been selling all day. Head held high, I ain't ducking no smoke. So, truth hit harder when the system broke. Talk to 'em. I came with receipts, every file got names. Everybody loud till accountability came. We ain't moving in fear, we applying that heat. Better tighten up now, cause I brought the receipts. Let's go, let's go. See the cameras flash when the hearings start. Whole room shook when they spoke from the heart. Trying to cut me off, now I claim my time. Every interruption just exposed the crime. History long, but the memory longer. Pressure make diamonds, pressure make stronger. You can twist headlines, spin every bread. Can't rewrite facts when the truth been said. Everybody gangster behind that desk. To the numbers show the public been stressed. Families hurting while they paint pretty pictures. Meanwhile, pockets getting thin about a minute. Facts, tell them stop capping quick gaslight games. People buy eggs with a pocket full of change. You can fake statistics on a PowerPoint slide, but the checkout line don't never lie. Who gon' speak? We will. Who gon' fight? All night. Who gon' stand when they kill our rights? We will, we will. I came with receipts, I ain't come to play. Expose every lie they've been selling all day. Head held high, I ain't ducking no smoke. Truth hit harder when the system broke. Let's ride, let's ride. I came with receipts, every file got names. Everybody loud till accountability came. We ain't moving in fair, we applying that heat. Better tighten up now, cause I brought the receipts. Courtrooms echo, but the streets hit louder. Every bad ruling made the movement prouder. Take one vote, then we register 10. Built from the block, let the people win. Can't silence voices born from struggle. Built these dreams through pain and hustle. Grandma marked so I could speak. Now I'm 10 toes down every single week. Every chapter got another revelation. People waking up across the nation. Ain't no crime without confrontation. Truth is the spark for transformation. Wake up, ain't about left, ain't about right. It's about wrong hiding under bright lights. Question everything, don't question names. Power belongs to the people, not the fame. If they tell you hush, if they tell you wait, move now. If they tell you quit, if they shut one door, if they shut one door, build more doors. Look, generation got a choice. I'm choosing resistance, feel like a weapon, might like a torch. Truth keep burning till it let the hope pour. Kingdoms fall when the people unite. Darkness disappear when they turn on the light. Ain't chasing black, I'm chasing change. Every verse another broken chain. Break it, break it, break it. Every sister standing up, every brother finding peace. Every time watching us, learning courage, don't decrease, it multiplies. I can't move his seats, I ain't come to play. Truth don't fold when the headlines fade. Built for the pressure, built for the fight. We keep pushing till the future look bright. Let's go, hands to the sky, voices repeat. Justice ain't giving, you earn every seat. From the block to the ballot, from the mic to the street. We ain't leaving till the people complete their mission. The mission facts, the movement, stand up, no fear. We brought the receipts. Truth.
Hey y'all, what's up? What's up? What's up? It's your girl Golden, and we are back with another live, y'all. It is Monday, and it's about 12:30 p.m. here Eastern Time in the United States in the Carolinas. Y'all, the weather is okay. The sun ain't shining that bright, but it's pretty nice out today, regardless. And I am still, regardless of the sun not shining that bright, in a beautiful, wonderful mood, y'all. Happy Monday to everyone. I hope everybody had a great weekend. We're at the top of the week, starting it all over again. And y'all know we coming to y'all with some global politics, and we're going to talk about the economy that comes along with that as well. And we have some bonus things that we'll be getting into in the end or towards the end of the live, y'all. So I hope everybody is having a wonderful Monday and whatever respectful time zone you're in, whether it's morning, afternoon, evening, or night. I hope you're having a great day. And you did enjoy your weekend. And y'all know I have none other than my favorite co-host here with me. Imani is in the building. Y'all know Mama Warrior is always in the background. And shout out to everybody that's come in so far. So what's up, Polo? How you doing, Polo? Thank you so much for joining. Anybody else who wants to join, you're more than welcome. You don't gotta be scared of us, y'all. We're not scary and we don't bite. So you can come on in and kick it with us in the chat. But even if you just want to lay back in the cut and just listen to the content, we appreciate your presence as well. We can feel it. And so thank you so much. And for anyone who, does like, comment, and share on the video, we appreciate all of that and all the support. But yo, Imani, what's up, girl? Happy Monday. How you doing? How you feeling? What's up? How's the weather? How was your weekend?
I'm fine. It's 5:30 p.m. here, or 5:28. The weather is still fine. It's still hot. A lot more breeze, but yeah, we're good here. We're good. Had
Okay,
a
well, that's good to hear. That's good to
Yeah,
hear.
had
Did
a
you have
quiet Monday so
a
far.
quiet Monday? Did you have a good weekend? Do
Yeah,
anything
I had a
fun?
good Yeah, I had a good weekend. Went out. We did, visited a couple of people yesterday, or was it Saturday? I don't know. I think the drinkers oh confused me. But yeah, I had a good weekend. Saw a couple of people, but I'm fine. Yeah. And of course, I saw you. I was on the live yesterday. What am I talking about?
Yeah, girl, we was kicking it for a little bit. We was kicking it for a little bit. I thought that was an
Yeah,
excellent conversation yesterday with Tabitha Brown and her husband Chance. If
yeah.
y'all have not checked out that live, if you want to go back and watch it, child, you should. It was a really great conversation. But yeah, we've had a great weekend, some ups and downs and things like that. But y'all, we still here, we still alive, we still got our health, and we are still blessed. And so, yeah, we do got a few more things we're gonna get into. But before we kick off, our political stuff, child, we gotta tap into our housekeeping. So, what do we got on the docket for housekeeping today?
Well, well, well. Um, I just want to, first of all, I want to shout out to Maggie and Cultivate with Kai for highlighting an issue we have here in this sector. And this issue, and I'm going to name names today because hell, I'm not hiding behind pseudonyms and guess the content creator. We're going to talk about Ben's comments. Yeah, we're going to talk about Ben's comments, and we're also going to talk about Phantom's reaction. The key thing is these comments were egregious. They're not the first time they've been said. They've been said on his platform, and this time they were said on Phantom's platform. Now, what I want to ask anybody, if you have a child or a grandchild, or you're just a person who knows right from wrong, how can anybody, anywhere, excuse this conduct? First of all, the conduct itself just deserves the person to be cancelled. I don't care. Deserves cancellation. There is no way it can be acceptable. And this is not the first time it's happened. But what actually struck me was the reaction of Phantom to to these comments that were made on his platform. He made a sexualized comment about a minor, and that's an extremely serious matter. And it may or may not have, but the live isn't there, so I'm sure it did, violated YouTube's policies relating to child safety, sexualization of minors, harassment or abusive content, or other community guidelines. And the platform owner who is responsible for what appears on their live stream, whilst they cannot control any spontaneous statement against mates, they do control how they respond once it happens. And a reasonable moderator would immediately challenge the comment, make clear that the remark is unacceptable, remove it, mute it, or remove the video altogether, or edit it. And the a statement that he is a statement he was drunk, an acceptable response. Saying someone was drunk may behave why they behaved in a certain way, but it doesn't excuse the behavior. The other thing he said, he was drunk and he has a foul mouth. Now, let me tell you something, Bantam. Having a foul mouth is me calling you a mother effer or a bitch ass ninja or a fussy hole. And if anybody doesn't know what a fussy hole is, it's a Jamaican patois word that implies that you are like a saw that is on your rear end or a lady's front end. That is having a foul mouth. Saying those things about a minor is not having a foul mouth. We expect creators to foster a safe environment. And if a host repeatedly allows guests to make abusive, and there's lots more that's gone on your platform, let's just be clear, because you were more concerned about how many of Maggie's audience she speaks to, and you kept trying to deflect it to say that she doesn't like to talk to her audience rather than focusing on the egregious statement that was made on your own platform. And it doesn't mean you've automatically violated YouTube's guidelines, but it can affect the trust of the audience, advertiser suitability, and whether or not your content violates YouTube's policies. Your guest bears the primary responsibility for what he said, but you bear the responsibility of how you moderate your platform. And saying you're not there is not an answer. Saying that he has a foul mouth is not an answer. And attributing his conduct, so every one of us could go out and do anything and say we were drunk. We were drunk, so doesn't matter. When we're drunk, we do all these egregious things. Are you for real? Are you for real? You walk around trying to police everybody, talking about who does what, and then you throw in defamation from various sources that we know are very unreliable, and Golden will get to that. And then you want to deflect and talk about whether Maggie has an open panel or not. You want to deflect and talk about other people when such an egregious thing went on your platform. You're a joke. You're an absolute joke. And I don't know how anybody could accept what you said about why it happened on your platform. And anybody who has kids or grandkids who thinks that's acceptable to say that someone was drunk, so they talked about a minor doing acts to a grown man while their father watches, you need to check yourself, because you think you're here to police everybody. Police yourself, my friend, because you're a joke. And not only that, you're not even thinking about safeguarding of your audience. Survivors of childhood SA can experience unexpected emotional reactions when exposed to explicit comments. It can trigger memories, it can increase anxiety, and it can increase distress or panic and create feelings of fear or helplessness. So you saying that someone has a foul mouth and they're drunk is unacceptable. And it could discourage people from participating in online communities that they previously considered safe. You are a joke. You are an absolute joke. You even said he said things like this before. But hey, that's okay. I'm going to talk to him when he's sobered up and tell him not to have any Hennessy. What are we doing here? Police yourself, my friend. I'm sorry, Golden, but I was livid.
No, you're absolutely fine and you're absolutely right.
And once again, I just want to say thank you to Maggie for putting him on the spot. We're not worried about whether she has an open panel or not. You seem to be very worried about deflecting onto other things and not looking at yourself. Sorry, that's the last of it. Ooh, let me do some woosas.
Woosah. It's okay, girl. No, I understand. Absolutely. And so, basically to piggyback off of what you were saying, which I agree with exactly every point that you made, and we have other individuals here that can also attest to this person's character and behavior and how he allows his channel to be ran and what he allows to happen on his panel. And one thing that I had to learn as well, being, somewhat of a new content creator, is that you are responsible for the things that happen on your platform. It's just like if you're throwing a house party and you have people at your house, they all kicking and chilling. and something is happening in your home that should not be happening, at your party that should not be happening, someone gets hurt or harmed at your house or your location, you are held responsible for that because you are the one who is opening up this space for people to come into. And you want it typically to be, we having fun, we chilling, we kicking. Nobody is getting hurt. Nobody is getting harmed, right? That's the goal. But when it does happen, you have to take responsibility for that and show up, the proper way. You have to take the accountability. And so let's get into a few things because, we've been seeing a lot of stuff happening on these YouTube platforms. And for me, it's a lot of hypocrisy, number one. I think that the proper energy is not being directed to the disgusting and harmful things that are really being said and that are happening on this platform. There are things that sometimes, like you spoke about, and like a lot of people try to use a excuse for. But we know when it has gone way over the line, right? And a comment like that directed towards a child's, totally unacceptable. But let's get into it. I'm going to explain to y'all exactly why it is, okay? This digital landscape, particularly platforms like here, YouTube, has seen an alarming rise in unacceptable behavior, hiding behind the guise of live streaming, content creation, and entertainment, excusing harassment, severe character defamation, or threatening statements targeted at minors on the grounds of alcohol consumption or personal influence is illegally invalid and morally unconscionable. Intoxication does not absolve an individual of a criminal liability or civil liability. Malicious allegations that have already been proven false, coupled with inappropriate comments or predatory innuendos towards children, cross clear legal thresholds from online drama into civil defamation, criminal harassment, and child endangerment. This is based on the law. So let's talk about the core misconduct and legal non-defense. Exploitation and innuendos targeting minors. There is a zero tolerance and mandatory reporting. Threats, sexualized language, or inappropriate innuendos directed at or involving minors are subject to swift statutory penalties. Platforms and law enforcement maintain strict child protection mandates. The intoxication defense myth. Under both common law and modern criminal codes across all major jurisdictions, voluntary intoxication is not a legal defense for general intent crimes, cyber harassment, or defamatory acts. Claiming to be drunk or under substances does not relieve an individual of responsibility for statements made publicly. Persistent defamation and character assassination. Defamation per se. Alleging severe crimes, sexual impropriety, or dishonest conduct against someone, especially after such claims have been debunked, constitutes defamation per se. In these instances, damages to reputation are often presumed by law, removing the burden of proving specific financial harm. Digital permanence and republication. Every stream, every re-upload, or mention of a false claim constitutes a fresh act of republication, creating cumulative liability for content creators and commentators alike. Now, let's dig a little bit deeper. We know that we all joined together in this big, beautiful globe from all different areas and places and spaces. Let's talk about some of the legal consequences when it comes to jurisdiction. Now, here in the United States, the state-specific and federal frameworks. In North Carolina, which is a state that I happen to reside in, when it comes to cyber stalking and harassment, NCGS 14-163, 196.3 It is a misdemeanor to electronically transmit threats, repeated harassment, or knowingly false statements to intimidate or torment an individual. When it comes to defamation and libel, which is under the NCGS 99 1 ETSEQ, libel per se covers accusations that impeach a person's trade, profession, or accuse them of infamous crimes. Compensatory and punitive damages can be awarded if malice is shown. When it comes to child protection, NCGS 14 190.13, strict penalties apply to any electronic communication that solicits, sexualizes, or threatens minors. We can also go ahead and move on to California and Los Angeles, LA. Cyberstalking and electronic harassment, CAL Penal Code 653.2, making electronic communications with the internet to place a person in reasonable fear for their safety or to cause harassment is a criminal misdemeanor punishable by fines and jail time. Child endangerment and online protection, CAL Penal Code 273A, California enforces rigorous child protection statutes against anyone placing a minor in a situation endangering their welfare or subjecting them to sexually explicit or threatening behavior online. When it comes to defamation law, CAL Civil Code 44 ETSEQ, California law permits severe civil penalties, including compensatory and punitive damages against creators who intentionally publish false allegations, damaging another person's reputation or livelihood. We can even move on to Texas. When it comes to online harassment there, Text Penal Code 4207, sending repeated electronic communications or publishing content on social media with the intent to harass, abuse, torment, or embarrass another person is a misdemeanor. Elevating to felony charges under aggravated circumstances, such as targeting minors. Online solicitation, endangerment of minors. Text Penal Code 33.021. Texas strictly penalizes using online communications to send sexually explicit or indecent messages involving in targeting minors. Defamation and anti-SLAPP protections. And when I say SLAPP, that is SLAPP protections. Text Civil Practices and REM Code 73.001 ETSEQ. Texas law recognizes libel per se for false accusations of criminal acts or moral turpitude. Victims can seek actual and punitive damages as well as court order retractions under the Defamation Mitigation Act. We can even talk about Michigan. Unlawful electronic transmissions, stalking, MCL 750.411S, prohibits using the internet to post messages that cause two or more unconsented contacts, provoking terror, intimidation, or harassment. This carries up to 5 years in prison and heavy fines. And when it comes to defamation, we have MCL 600.2911. Michigan law provides statutory damages for false accusations involving moral turpitude and criminal behavior. We can move right along to New York. Cyber harassment and aggravated harassment. New York Penal Law 240.30 classifies electronic communications intended to annoy, threaten, or alarm another person as a criminal offense. Child exploitation laws. New York Penal Law 236. Aggressive enforcement against any online conduct that endangers the welfare of a child or subjects minors to sexualized content. Civil defamation. New York courts actively penalize online libel, permitting punitive damages when statements are made with actual malice or reckless disregard for the truth. Let's talk about some international frameworks now, because we know we all join together in this big, beautiful globe from all over the place. So let's get into Canada. Criminal harassment. Criminal Code RSC 264 covers online stalking and repeated harassing behavior that causes a reasonable fear for personal safety or the safety of loved ones. Defamation and online harassment. Under Canadian common law and provincial libel acts, online defamation allows courts to grant injunctions, forcing the deletion of content and ordering substantial general aggravated and punitive damages. Then we can move over to the United Kingdom, England and Wales. We have the Communications Act of 2003, which is in section 127, and Malicious Communications Act of 1988. It is an offense to send public electronic communications that are grossly offensive, indecent, obscene, or threatening. The Online Safety Act imposes strict statutory duties on platforms like YouTube to remove illegal content, specifically child endangerment material and severe harassment. The Defamation Act of 2013. False statements causing serious harm to a person's reputation subject the publisher to civil claims, legal cost payouts, and court-ordered retractions. When we dive into Ireland, Harassment, Harmful Communications, and Related Offenses Act of 2020, also known as Coco's Law, criminalizes the distribution or publication of threatening, grossly offensive, or harassing communications intended to cause harm or distress. They also have the Defamation Act of 2009, protects individuals from false claims, allowing significant damages for injury to personal or professional reputation. We can also move along to Australia. The Online Safety Act of 2021 and E-Safety Commissioner grants power to order the removal of severe adult cyber abuse, cyberbullying against children, and illegal content with heavy civil penalties for non-compliance. They also have the Criminal Code Act of 1995, Section 474.17, using a carriage service, the internet, to menace, harass, or cause offense carries severe criminal penalties, including up to 5 years imprisonment. Uniform defamation laws. Australian state jurisdiction enforce stringent defamation standards against digital publishers and creators who broadcast unverified and harmful claims. Now, when we get into this platform that we all seem to spend a lot of time on, work on, or come to, to find content that we can enjoy and have fun with, there is a platform responsibility when it comes to the YouTube community guidelines. Beyond statutory law, YouTube explicitly mandates community guidelines designed to protect creators, supporters, and viewers from toxic and predatory behavior. Number 1, harassment and cyberbullying policy. Explicit and implied threats. YouTube strictly bans content that makes explicit or veiled threats of violence, suggests physical harm, or encourages coordinated harassment, brigading, against any creator or supporter. Malicious personal attacks. The policy explicitly prohibits content that contains prolonged insults, lewd or sexually explicit descriptions, or demeaning attacks targeting an individual. And patterns of harassment. Creators who display a repeated pattern of crossing safety lines, even across multiple streams, comments, or subtle remarks, face suspension from the YouTube Partner Program, loss of monetization, channel strikes, or immediate termination. The Comprehensive Child Safety Policy, protection of minors. YouTube maintains a strict policy on child safety. Content that contains sexual innuendos, predatory remarks, harassment, or emotional distress aimed at or involving minors is immediately, or supposed to be immediately, removed. And the associated channels is subject to immediate termination as well. Reporting to the authorities. In instances involving child sexual abuse, predatory behavior, or severe online exploitation, YouTube's Trust and Safety Team directly escalates reports to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, and relevant law enforcement agencies. Enforcement and account consequences. Immediate termination for severe abuse. While standard violations follow a strike system, 3 strikes within 90 days resulting in termination, YouTube's rules explicitly state that a channel can be terminated immediately after a single case of severe abuse, such as predatory behavior or severe harassment. Global removal and safety moderation. When content is found to violate these guidelines, YouTube removes it globally and imposes channel-wide future restrictions, including live streaming bans. Child, we know about all of this. Now, recommended actions and next steps. Document everything. Secure timestamp video downloads, live stream recordings, chat logs, screen grabs, and URLs. Platform moderation escalation. Submit detailed abuse reports directly to platform safety teams, YouTube Trust and Safety, highlighting child safety violations and cyber harassment. And then there's always law enforcement and legal counsel. File formal complaints with local cybercrime units or national centers like the NCMEC in the US or eSafety in Australia, and consult a defamation attorney to issue formal cease and desist notices as you see fit. So I just wanted to run down on a few things, y'all, when it comes to that, because literally YouTube is becoming a grounds of abuse, harassment, danger, things that should never be happening on these social media platforms. Okay. People like to get together to share and, kick it and chill and talk about things that, they both or they all like and enjoy. They like to get to know one another while taking a virtual global trip around the world to get to know people from other places and spaces in this big, beautiful globe and country. This platform should not be used for people to come and hide their criminality behind on their channels when it comes to harassing, defaming, stalking, and the list goes on. And one of the things that is totally unacceptable, coming to this platform and speaking and saying anything when it comes to children and minors. It is absolutely disgusting, number one, and it is totally criminal, number two. And there will be consequences for that type of behavior and those type of actions. And they should never be allowed on a public social media platform. Most of us out here, y'all, we have children in some shape or form. Whether we have adopted them, whether we have had them, whether we are the grandparents to them, or we just have children around us in our lives, because maybe we're teachers, or maybe we have nieces and nephews. Children and the youth should not be attacked. They should not be spoken about the way they get spoken about on this platform. And at one point in time, we all were children too. And the things and the experiences that we went through as a child that were dark and heinous should never be weaponized against us because someone is upset and in their feelings. The disgust of some of these things that happen on this platform is really getting out of hand. But there are things that we can do to protect ourselves, to protect each other, and to protect the safety of the children. And I'm sorry, the disgust has got me angry. It always has had me angry. That's been consistent. Leave children alone. Leave minors alone. You have an adult-to-adult problem with someone else, well, you could end up in trouble for that as well. But damn sure, leave the children out of it and leave it alone. Leave the youth or the younger version of someone's self and their experiences out of it as well. because it's disgusting to say the things that people are saying and letting fly when it comes to the youth and the children. It makes me just wonder, what are we doing? What type of world are we living in that we think it's okay for people to sit on these platforms, allow people to sit next to us on these platforms and talk about children? I don't care how much hate you have in your heart for someone or disdain that you have for someone. When you start bringing the babies and the children into it, ultimate level of disgusting, unacceptable. And people got to do what they got to do when it comes to that. There are laws in place. You think you're getting away with it now. Just wait. And I hope people understand where we're coming from today on this housekeeping, because this is serious. The things that I have consecutively heard when it comes to children, when it comes to the defamation of even speaking that someone has done or what been in an inappropriate situation with a child because you don't like them and they're getting the best of you in an argument, and you defame a person's character by bringing up some nasty shit like that, it shows where your mind is at. Who thinks that up? Who cooks that up to say some shit like that? Excuse my French.
Sorry, just one more thing, Golden. People think because they repeat unfounded allegations that they've heard from someone else that they get off with it. It's not the case. You guys need to read the law, and whoever is passing you that information will also be subject to legal consequences. So best be clear. Make sure that you can verify allegations before you repeat them, because repeating allegations does not give you an excuse to say them and reiterate them. And this is the mistake that people are making. You think because you repeat secondhand gossip that it's okay. Carry on with that. Carry on with that. And I will check your sources, because I will tell you, you're going to find out there's a lot behind it that hasn't even been revealed yet. So you carry on taking those sources. Jokers. Anyway, that's it for me, actually. I don't want to be too angry. We've got some politics to do. But yeah, it's
We
unacceptable. And these people are being enabled by people to actually say, listen, I have people in my family that drink a lot. If you're going to tell me that if they say something that egregious, that I'm going to say, got a foul mouth when he's drunk. Yeah, talks about children. Are you crazy? Are you absolutely out of your mind?
Are you dumb or are you slow? Which one is it? And I'm sorry to
You
have to be given this level
He
of
wants to
energy.
worry about a panel discussion about whether there are panels and whether someone wants to talk to her audience, when he's allowing that crap, knowing full well, and this is what you said with your own mouth. He said things like that before, which means you know already. You know already that he says these things. You're an enabler.
Absolutely. And then the fact that you want to deflect away from your behavior, your support of that type of energy, and try to put it or compare it to something else, it's incomparable. It's incomparable. So you sit up there on your platform. You continue to allow individuals like that. I don't care if they're drunk, they're dosed up, or anything. That type of behavior, those type of comments, that is a huge red flag. It is disgusting. Nobody in their right mind is going to sit up there and say something like that about a child and a minor. It speaks volumes. The microscope is on. The magnifying glass is working. We see what character you have. And if you're a person that thinks, oh, well, there's nothing wrong with that. He was just drunk and got a little bit belligerent. That's not belligerent when drunk. That's something deep and dark in the mind for you even to be able to say. And what do they typically say if we're going to speak on being inebriated and drunk? A drunk mind speaks sober thoughts. Isn't that what they say? So now,
Yeah, there's also another thing they say: show me your friends, and I'll show you who you are.
Exactly. And you know what? Mama Warrior wants to come up. She's got a few things to say. Give me just a minute, y'all, before we get into the content. Let me go ahead and bring her up for just a second, and she will speak on a few things as well, because we hear. And like you said, Imani, shout out to Maggie for calling it out. Shout out to Ralph for standing 10 toes down and also pulling it out and really making it very clear. Like, this is unacceptable behavior. Very
And
unacceptable and dangerous.
Also, shout out to Cultivate with Kai with
Yeah,
highlighting other comments. Shout out to Cultivate with Kai as well. He was highlighting other comments that have been said.
exactly. And it's a pattern of behavior. This is what we're talking about. This is a pattern of behavior and things that continuously happen on this person's platform and seems to be okay with this person. And don't get me wrong, the people that are saying these things, even worse, even worse. So when we're talking about cancel culture, what do you think needs to be canceled? I would assume people who speak that way and have that type of mindset and allow people to come up on their platform and do that time after time. And this is a person I did not know anything about prior. This person's been around for about a year now, allowing these type of things to happen on their said platform and just go along to get along with it. You know what they say? Birds of a feather seem to flock together. It's disgusting. It's weird. I will never accept it or tolerate it. And I'm glad people are speaking out about it. Here goes Mama Warrior, y'all. Give me just a moment. We'll be right back. Well, hello to everyone. This is Mama Warrior. And it's unfortunate that we have to come together now as a people for this particular subject about our children. I think that there's been so many words that has been to describe this. I'm coming up with disgusting, horrific, and a danger. Once again, I say disgusting, horrific, and a danger to our children to have a host and a person to be allowed to make these kind of statements about children. They need to be canceled. And yes, Mama Warrior said so. The host and the speaker needs to be canceled and be handled efficiently, because our children are our most precious jewels in the world. And to allow two men to be up there to express themselves and say actual things about children is a disgrace. It should not be tolerated, and we need to all stand together until it is handled. This is crazy. Call a BTCH or MFR or something like that. Okay, we can deal with that. But to sit there and talk actually about children, disgusting. And God is watching, and God is listening, and trust me, He will have His justice on this as well. But yes, Mama Warrior is. I am very, very upset. I have a grandson. I have a daughter. All of us have children, grandchildren, nephews, nieces, and we've been children. And some of us have been through our darkest journeys. And for people to mention, remind, and say things about things that have happened to you when you were a child is disgusting. It should not be tolerated. We need to stand together until we put an end to this kind of horrific, disgusting statements that have been said.
Can I just correct something, Mama Warrior? Only one person said it. The other person gave the excuse for why it may have been said. So we can only
And, I,
say Ben is the one who said it. But the
and
person that
Phantom was
actually,
the host of the panel. He was the host of that panel when it was said,
yeah,
correct?
yeah, he was.
That's what I said.
There's a question on as to whether he was there when it was said or whether he was not. We don't know. He said he wasn't. Other people say he was. So we can't say factually whether
Okay,
he
so
was there or not. But
we'll say
it is the
allegedly.
excuse. Yeah, it is the excuse that was given as being drunk and having a foul mouth. That is
That is disgusting.
reprehensible.
That's disgusting. Yeah, that is disgusting. That is no excuse whatsoever. We've all been a little tipsy and been a little intoxicated. I'm sure a majority of us, none of our minds go nowhere like that. Our minds are not thinking about things like that. That's the disgusting, horrific part. And that's why I say that person that made that statement, which I see we've already mentioned the name Ben, could possibly be a danger to our children to have a mindset like that. And I'm sorry, I'm done, but yeah, I'm highly upset. I'm angry. I don't like this. I know a lot of us don't like this, but we have to stand together once again. When they say community, we have to stand together. When we hear things like this, when statements are made like this, we have to stand together and say, no, we will not tolerate this, especially when it comes to children. And I say hello to the chat. I love you. Mama Warrior been a little loud, a little upset and flustered today. But you know me, I bring you my real. I'm not going to pretend. I bring you how I feel. And I love y'all. Glad y'all here and let y'all get on with the live. But I had to say and get that out of my heart. And I've worked with children over 15 years. I've worked with the mentally disabled children and everything. I've worked with kids. I've always loved kids. I've got two of my beautiful ones of my own. And it hurts my heart to hear someone say something like that. I got to go because I'm about to break up in tears. Let me go. Let's take a break, y'all. We'll play a quick song and then we will get into our meat and potatoes of the live. Do you have anything more to say, Monty, before we get into the song break real quick?
No, I've got nothing more to say. Just give us a beautiful song to get us out of this. It's like, ooh, need a cold shower after this. Ooh.
All right, y'all. I'm going to find us a song to listen to. It's going to uplift our spirits. We'll be right back in just a minute. Give me just a few moments, y'all, and then we will get into our topics with our global politics and economy with purpose. Thank y'all so much. We had to get that off our chest. We do apologize a bit for a little bit of our, passion that we have, but actually, I don't apologize because I think that we should have passion, and I do think that we should have outrage and anger when it comes to this on these platforms, in the streets, in the communities where we live at, and when it comes to protecting our children. We need to have compassion. We need to have passion. We need to have anger. We need to have fight. We need to have that stand-up spirit where we're not going to allow it. And when we see it, we chase it the heck on up out of here, if not anything else. But that's a whole nother conversation for another day. Let's get into a quick song, y'all. We'll be right back.
Someone that got people forgetting the folks is human. That part. Every laugh ain't harmless. Every post ain't just jokes. Some people smiling online, crying in real life. Enough is enough. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Why? You don't know what they carry when the camera done. broken souls throw stones, then hide their hands. Cowards in comment sections playing God again. Karma don't miss, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Yeah. YouTube streets messy, everybody got a target. Creators throwing dirt like hate became a market. Mocking people daily, that spirit look haunted. Tell me who raised y'all, this behavior garbage. Laughing at depression, exposing folks' trauma. Then next shock when tragedy follow behind you. The evil energy, boomerang proper. Karma pull up silent like a midnight robber. And honestly, do you watch my live? I talk truth, pain, growth, tears, real vibes. Not everybody built for the games online. Some folks want insult from losing their mind. That's facts, no cap. Y'all did the humiliation. Every live stream feel like public execution. Views over souls, cloud over humans. Then wonder why the whole world mentally ruined. Somebody mama crying at night. Somebody daughter hurt inside. Somebody praying not to give up while bullets screenshot pain for life. Shame on you, shame. You need healing too. Only damaged people wake up daily, trying to damage others too. Enough is enough. Why you tearing people down for fun? Tearing them down. You don't know what they fighting when the live stream done. Keyboard killers acting tough online. Whole time spiritually broken inside. Karma don't miss, no. Karma don't skip souls either. Every hateful seed gon' meet the reaper. So to the hurt and bully people, listen close. You matter more than these demons online. These chicks bitter, these dudes weird. Obsessed every day, like why you still here? Refreshing my page while pretending you don't care. Whole personality built off hate and fear. Talk slick online, real life timid. Broken inside, everybody can't feel it. Projecting their wounds while the comments all cheering. That ain't straight, baby, that sickness concealed. And I said what I said. Yeah, some of these creators need therapy bad. Not another live stream drag. Not another fake outrage cash grabs. Yeah. Y'all bully for a living. That's sad. Spirit look bankrupt, dusty and mad. And the people encouraging it just is trash. Laugh now. Karma got a long memory past. Lord, cover the wounded, cover the lonely heart, cover the lonely heart, cover the people crying silently in dark rooms. Teach us compassion again. Teach this world mercy again. Because words cut deep, so deep. And some people never recover. To everybody bullied online, you are not weak because you hurt. You are not crazy because you feel pain. And don't let these empty souls convince you your life got no value. The loudest bullies usually fighting demons they never healed from. That ain't an excuse, but it's the truth. And to the bullies, get help, seriously. This obsession with tearing strangers apart every day, that ain't normal. Enough is enough. We need love more than ever now. More than ever. Too many souls out here barely hanging on somehow. No more glorifying painful views. No more clowning her forever new. No more mob attacks for entertainment. That darkness got consequences too. Karma don't miss, karma don't miss. And healing's still possible too. So either spread love or watch life humble you. Enough is enough. Spread love before it's too late. Yeah, before it's too late. Yeah. Listen. Can you feel it? Something shifted. The air don't feel the same. Too many masks falling. Too many truths walking in the daylight. Justice being patient. Now she's knocking at every door. Let's go! It's over. It's over. Yeah, it's over. What's hidden always finds the sunlight. What's planted in darkness always grows toward the light. Yeah, it's over. The tide done turned. The whole world finally starting to discern. We cried, we built, we stood, we healed. Now look at what refusing to quit revealed. It's over. Funny how silence got louder than the lies. Funny how fake smiles couldn't survive real eyes. Everybody wanted power, nobody wanted truth. Now accountability, walking in expensive boots. Used to laugh, used to mock, used to throw stones. Now everybody scrambling, trying to protect thrones. See, light don't argue, it just shines. Truth don't rush, it arrives on time. Receipts don't disappear, energy don't lie. Everything eventually meets the most high. No shortcuts, no cheating, no editing history. What's done in the shadows always becomes somebody's testimony. Can you feel that? The atmosphere changing, people protecting peace instead of entertaining, healing replacing hate, purpose replacing fame, the culture waking up, nothing feeling the same. It's over. No more pretending. It's over. A new beginning. Too bright, can't dim that light. Justice showed up, now everything's sitting right. It's over. The season changed, the energy rearranged. One chapter closed, another one raised. It's over. From neighborhoods to timelines, from classrooms to front lines, people standing taller, speaking with intention, learning every platform carries real consequences. Less tearing people down, more lifting people up, less chasing empty cloud, more building real trust. Every grandmother praying, every father staying, every child dreaming, every voice saying enough hiding, enough dividing, enough pretending everything alright when people die. And the next generation watching every move we make, let's leave them something stronger than another fake debate. Hey, 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 hey. Who we are? The truth. What we want. How we move. Forward. How we lead. Together. Boom. Justice. How we move. Forward. How we lead. Together. Boom. Ain't no victory lap, it's a healing march. Everybody carrying visible and invisible scars. Some lost family, some lost hope. Some almost gave up, barely stayed afloat. But look now, the sun's still rising. The future looking brighter, the vision getting wider. Real ones never folded, never sold they soul. Stay 10 toes while the pressure made them gold. Now respect, sounding louder than gossip. Character worth more than popularity. Integrity becoming the new luxury. That's the flame. No revenge. Just grow. No hate. Just hope. No bitterness. Just wisdom. No fear. Just vision. It's the dawn of another chapter. Built stronger, built wiser, built together. It's over. Darkness couldn't hold us. It's over. The truth finally showed us who we are, who we can be. What happens when people choose unity? It's over. Fear don't own us. Love still growing. Justice still flowing. Keep your head high. Keep your light bright. The dawn of a new era starts tonight. They counted us out, but they never counted on the truth. The world changing. One voice, one family, one act of courage at a time. Golden Queen. This ain't the ending, it's the beginning. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over. It's over.
All right, y'all. Thanks for rocking with us for those two little song breaks right there. Mama Warrior had to get herself together. And I wanted to calm my energy and stuff down, right? Because we do have some really important global politics and economy updates and things and whatnot that we wanted to discuss with y'all. And so, certain things like that, they get you outraged and they can, take you maybe sometimes out of character or a little bit overboard, but I think rightfully so. But yeah, Mama's fine now. I had to check on her, make sure she was all right. And the thing about a lot of this stuff is you never know what somebody's experience is and what they have gone through and what they have lived through and have overcome, right? And so a lot of times when things are said like that, triggers can come up in people. People have PTSD because of their past experiences. And it can outrage you. It can make you remember your experience and not want that for our future children and not want to see them go through that or have anybody on this platform even insinuating that that's something they could possibly be capable of doing to our youth and our children. And so I do apologize if maybe with our housekeeping today, it was a little bit emotional and raw, but I think it was necessary. What do you think, Imani? I have some final words I'm going to give before we get into the content.
No, it was outrageous. It deserved addressing, and it deserved a longer focus on this housekeeping because it's not something we can brush under the carpet. We have to think about the people that are watching us. The people that are hearing these things are sometimes people who've never spoken about things, and to hear someone say that casually as you like on a platform is one thing, and then for someone to actually enable it further by saying they're drunk is another thing. And it deserved the response that we've given. And it's not something we normally do. We never spend an hour on this housekeeping and what the helly, but it really was a what the helly is going on.
Absolutely. And there's some things that time is deserved to be spent on. And one thing that I want to say before I get into my final closing statement and we get into the content is that I don't know people and they don't know me when it comes to this YouTube platform. But one thing that I'm not going to tolerate, and I think is very rude and disrespectful to say, is that somebody is not who they say they are. They don't move and operate in a way that they feel as though is genuine. When I speak on something and I speak about it with a level of passion, I understand you don't know me, but what you must understand is that it is for a reason. A lot of us that meet on these platforms, we have no idea what people have been through, what they have lived through, what they have survived through, and came out on the other side of. And so, if there is something that you speak about with a level of passion, number one, because you know right is right and wrong is wrong. But number two, you may understand a little bit deeper because of your personal experiences and background in your life, and someone questions that or says that you're only speaking this way or talking about this for content, for clicks and views, or to be relevant, you have no idea who I am and what I've been through and the reason why these things matter to me. And I speak on them with the level of passion that I do. And my mother does as well. And Imani does as well. You don't really know us. And we know that we don't really know you. But I don't like those type of comments. I don't like those type of perceptions that people have, even though people are warranted to have their own perceptions of people, right? I think it's probably good for all of us to do better when it comes to getting to know one another a little bit more and hearing each other out and having the patience and the time and the respect to get to know one another and our backstory if we choose to share, and not just think that everything that happens on this platform is calculated or is orchestrated or is for clicks and views and attention. I could care less. What I care about and what moves me and my emotions and my spirit and my heart are things that I see that, yes, they trigger me sometimes because of things that I've been through, things that I've seen, things that I know my friends and my family have been through, things that I know that people that walk this earth, this globe, not just in my country, but all over the globe, have been through. And so when you hear things like that, yeah, you get a little triggered. You get a little upset. It rubs you and should rub you the wrong way because there's nothing right about it. I will not accept or tolerate anybody questioning my authenticity when it comes to anything that I say and that I do and how I show up on this platform. If you don't know me, you cannot speak on it. And if you think that's cute to do for clicks, likes, and views and content, or to defame or make me look like I'm somebody that I'm not, I would suggest you sit down and have a conversation with me. I would suggest that you sit down and spend some time with me. If I really choose to open up to you the way that I could, but I desire not to do so on this platform because they don't take those type of things seriously. They take those type of stories and your traumas and the things that you've been through, and they weaponize it against you any chance that they get. So I have learned the hard way. I ain't sharing everything. I ain't talking about everything. Not to certain likes of people on this platform because they can't hold the weight. But people have come to me, they have talked to me, and I'm somebody who can hold the weight because I have a lot of practice of holding weight. My mom has a lot of practice of holding weight. And we talked about that a little bit yesterday on yesterday's live. You don't know the weight that somebody walks around with and they hold. And for people to sit up there and discredit you and say that you only speak on things the way you do and when you do because of clicks, likes, and views on a YouTube social media space, you have no idea what people have been through and what they have seen, what they have survived. And so I just think we have to get to know each other more and better and actually have an understanding for one another, empathy for one another in our experiences. A lot of our experiences that we've been through make us who we are today. So I don't like that. I don't subscribe to that. And I'm not going to sit here and listen to nasty shit like that fucking shit that we heard just the other day out the mouth of someone talking about a child. And I've heard multiple people saying things about children. I've heard multiple people trying to even defame people's character and connect them to doing things with children that's not true. Why are we doing this? Why is this platform allowing this? And that's that on the emotional side. But we see the foolishness and we call it out for what it is. And we refuse to let it take root in our space. Wrong is wrong, no matter how much people try to cover it up, excuse it, or brush it under the rug. But hear me when I say this, and many other people are saying it as well. It ends here. We are building something higher on this platform. We are starting to operate in more of the truth on this platform. We are damn sure protecting our children. We stand up for our supporters, and we walk in love and royal energy. Darkness only wins when the light stays quiet. And as long as I have a voice, Imani has a voice, my mama has a voice, and other people who see it the same way we see it have a voice as well, we will keep shining the bright light and holding the line. So now that we laid down the boundary and set the standard, we're going to have to lock in, y'all, and elevate the vibe, and we will get into today's content. I'm sorry for getting a bit emotional. Imani, you have some things to say before we get into the brief synopsis of what we're going to be talking about today?
No, you covered it beautifully. I'm fine. It's
And it's a shame you have to apologize and you have to say these things. But I don't understand. We are on a platform where people just don't seem to get it. You have no idea what people have survived through. No
you
idea.
don't have to apologize. You don't have to apologize for being emotional or being angry. It's natural. It triggered all of us when we heard it. It triggered me
I
even
would
more.
assume so. If people in
But
the right mind space, if they really see it for what it really is, I would assume so. That it would trigger you too. It would bother you too. It would rub you the wrong way too. You would
and
speak up and you would
and
say something
and
about
to
it.
be and to be honest, there have been quite a few people speaking up on it, and
Yes,
speaking up on it
yes,
and have mentioned it on their platforms, and like I said,
yes.
highlighting it. So we've done our bit.
That's it.
We'll
Housekeeping is done.
Yeah, housekeeping and what the helly, and that was a hell of a what the helly today. But yeah, we'll get on to the global politics and economy. Okay.
I mean, I say sorry if anyone is triggered or feel, like, oh my God, this is too much for me to handle and listen to. I apologize for that. But I don't apologize from the root of the emotion of where I am coming from and other people are coming from. When we hear and we see these things and we're trying to fight against it, and we believe that this needs to go, it needs to stop. We cannot allow this. It is a poison and it is infiltrating the people, the sector, the platform. It's disgusting. It has to go. It has to go. We can't live like this, y'all. We can't allow these things. We can't make light of it. It's nothing light about it. We have to do better when it comes to that. It's triggering to many. No, no, ma'am, no, sir. We're not allowing it. Moving on. We're going to get into the global politics, y'all. Let me give y'all a brief synopsis of, a few of our breakdowns and things that we have for you today. Because, like I said, outside of this mess that we sometimes have to address, we also live in a beautiful globe, a big, beautiful world, where a lot of us reside. And unfortunately, there are things that are happening right now within our political sector, and they are affecting people economically. And those are things that we wanted to bring to the forefront and talk about. So we're taking a worldwide tour to connect the dots between high stakes geopolitics in your daily life, from Latin America elections and Middle East energy routes to Europe security, emerging growth across Africa and Asia. Plus, we have an in-depth U.S. politics and economic feature that I'll be doing, y'all, that really we just break stuff down, and just plain English. A few top 12 global themes that unite us all, right? Because we all are family and we all are connected. And a special bonus video or two bonus videos that we're going to be showing y'all at the end and have some conversation about, where we break down what's happening and why it's happening and why it matters to us and possibly may matter to you. When it comes to the United States, we'll be doing a deep dive talking about inflation versus prices, interest rates, housing affordability, AI regulation, and border security. We're going to be talking about energy and markets, the Strait of Hormuz, far as the oil prices and the central bank moves. We're going to do a global roundup, key developments across North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, and Oceania. And like I said, 12 universal themes connecting families worldwide. In the bonus, y'all, if y'all like to rock with us to the end, we'll be hearing a little bit from D.L. Hughley. And he's got a lot to say when it comes to Officer Brandon Tatum and also speaking on the Nolan Wells case. We also will be hearing about a horrific story that happened in a classroom in a school right here in the state that I live in. How to not teach Black children is the goal, right? This is the title because this teacher clearly doesn't understand. The North Carolina teacher incident. Y'all just wait for it and hear what this lady had to say. So we'll be getting into all of those things, y'all. We want to go ahead and kick it off by talking a little bit about full global roundups across the continents. We know the news cycles can feel overwhelming, but our goal today is simple: to make sense of international headlines and explain how big political moves thousands of miles away directly can hit your wallet, your energy bills, and your future. Whether, like we said, it's interest rates decisions that are happening in Washington, election heat that is happening right now in Brazil, energy routes in the Middle East, or supply chains across Asia. Every single piece of the global puzzle is connected. And that is what we'll be talking about on today's live. Before I dive into North America, which is the United States, Canada, and Mexico, Imani, did you have a few things you want to add, or you want to get right into it?
No, let's just get right into it.
Sounds good. I know we did spend a lot of time on, the housekeeping. All right, y'all. So when it comes to talking about North America, United States, Canada, and Mexico, right, we're going to be talking about two key factors: what is happening politically and how it affects people economically. So when it comes to this, let's start here. This is the US focus: economic policy, interest rate trajectory, and Middle East tensions impacting energy security. Labor market watch. Investors are glued to upcoming US employment data, which heavily dictates Federal Reserve interest rate moves. Now that's the, headlines and things that are being spoken about. But let's see why that matters, right? Employment reports signal whether the economy is cooling or overheating, directly impacting mortgages rates, credit cards, and job security. And this is on a political end. Now, when it comes to the economy, we have to talk about market volatility. Markets remain hypersensitive to inflation numbers, tech shifts by AI speculation, and energy prices. Canada's stronger GDP growth pushes expectations that the Bank of Canada will hold tight monetary policy. Mexico balances strong economic growth with persistent inflation pressures. Now, again, how is this affecting the people? Why does it matter? Well, high interest rates keep borrowing expensive, but strong trade partners stabilize regional supply chains and goods. And now we're going to move on to South America. Let's talk about Brazil's presidential race and how that's beginning. Election campaign officially kicks off with President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. I hope I'm saying that right. Running for another term. Let's talk about the digital warfare in democracy, election integrity, foreign influence, and social media misinformation take center stage. That's the politics of it all. But let's talk about how it affects the economy that affects us directly as the people. Let's talk about the interest rate easing. Brazil expects to continue cutting interest rates as domestic inflation moderates. And attracting capital. Governments work aggressively to attract foreign investments while managing national debt and growth. Then we'll move right along to Europe. When it comes to the politics, let's talk about security dominance. The war in Ukraine continues to dominate Europe's security agenda. The Middle East diplomacy. European leaders engage in diplomacy surrounding Middle East stability and energy supply lines. Now, let's talk about the economy of it all. Energy and inflation crisis. Energy costs remain Europe's biggest economic headache. The Strait of Hormuz vulnerability. And this is something that I know that, Imani knows a lot about as well, because she resides there. The UK faces warnings that supply disruptions through the Strait of Hormuz will drive up inflation and weaken growth. When it comes to mixed recovery, Manufacturing shows slight improvement, but labor markets remain under heavy pressure. And now, Imani, I'll let you go ahead and take the wheel, girl. You'll be speaking on Africa next.
So, moving on to the African continent, the main focus is security challenges, and regional security remains a priority, particularly in the Sahel and the Horn of Africa regions. And then we have a focus on elections and regional power. Zambia is preparing for a closely watched presidential election, whilst governments work through the African Union to bolster cooperation. Let's talk about the economy. We're talking about growth versus resilience. African economies balance growth with climate related shocks and inflation. And the IMF outlook for Africa, sub Saharan Africa remains one of the world's fastest growing regions, despite the conflicts, despite the food insecurity, and infrastructure gaps. Now, moving on to Asia. In the politics, the main focus is maritime security. China, Japan, and Southeast Asia nations are closely monitoring maritime tensions in the South China Sea. And also, there's a focus on the chain protection. Governments are focusing heavily on protecting vital global supply chains and trade stability. What we're seeing in the economy are, first and foremost, China's key indicators. Global markets await upcoming trade and inflation figures from China. And in India, India continues to outperform many major economies while Japan works to stabilize its currency and stimulate growth. Next, moving on to the Middle East. This is a region that serves as the heart of the global energy flow. So, the politics, there's diplomatic high stakes, high level diplomacy between the US, Iran, and regional partners remains at the top of the international agenda. They're trying to prevent escalation, and regional governments are actively working to reduce conflict risks while protecting international shipping lanes. When it comes to the economy, obviously the biggest focus is the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most strategically important energy corridors of the earth, and the global ripple effect that it will have on the oil price, the fluctuating oil price, which directly impacts transportation costs, consumer prices, and economic forecasts worldwide. From the Middle East, we'll go to Oceania. And the main focus politically is Indo Pacific defense. Australia and New Zealand continue strengthening regional partnerships across the Indo Pacific while coordinating with allies on defense and trade. When it comes to the economy, there is export and energy sensitivity. Both economies monitor energy prices, trade conditions, and demand from Asian markets, especially China. Their domestic priorities, their focus remains on controlling inflation, addressing labor shortages, and boosting long term productivity. So that's all the seven continents. And now I'll hand it over to Golden, who will do a dedicated feature on the United States, and she's going to take us through the political landscape, the economic realities, and what it all means for everyday households. And once she's finished that, I'll turn to the UK, which is where I live. So over to you, Golden.
Thank you, girl. So well done. I love your voice so much. All right, so let's move right along, y'all. And yes, we're going to be getting into now, the United States politics and economy. We know that, yes, I reside here in the United States, and many others out there that may listen to our content may reside in this country as well. And we are feeling the heat and the heaviness when it comes to our political structure and how it affects us all economically. So let's talk about a few things. Politics in the national conversation, political positioning. While the next election remains down the road, political positioning is well underway as both major parties seek to define key issues. Let's talk about kitchen table economics. Polls show that inflation, grocery costs, housing affordability, healthcare, and energy prices remain top priority for voters. We have inflation versus high prices. Inflation slowing means prices are rising at a slower rate. Not that prices have returned to pandemic levels. We also have issues when it comes to immigration and border security. Managing the southern border, reforming immigration laws, and balancing security with humanitarian duties remains a defining national debate. We know that sometimes border security is necessary, but with under the Trump regime and administration, we have seen weaponization of ICE patrol that is attacking people that don't need to be attacked. And that is something that weighs heavy on our hearts and we have to deal with on a daily basis. We also have to talk about foreign policy connections, oversee developments in Europe, the Middle East, and the Pacific, hit home directly via energy costs and supply chains. And then we also have AI regulation. Policymakers debate regulating AI while fostering innovation, addressing privacy, copyright, misinformation, cybersecurity, and job displacement. Job displacement is very serious when it comes to our new technology as far as AI, because AI is going to actually start being able to perform jobs that were available to people and citizens to have and hold. But we know that with AI in place, it's booting a lot of humans out and bringing technology in. And that's something that people are seeing and fearing every single day. We also have to talk about the US economy and financial markets, labor market resilience. Employment remains comparatively strong, though analysts watch labor reports closely for signs of slow hiring. A lot of this also is tying into the AI, like we just spoke about. Interest rate pressure. Homeowners and businesses eagerly await potential rate cuts, but the Federal Reserve stresses decisions will remain strictly data driven only. We also have housing affordability challenges. High mortgage rates combined with inventory shortages make home buying difficult for first time buyers while rental costs stay elevated. Consumer credit concerns, spending holdups, but households are leaning more heavily on credit cards with rising debt balances. Wall Street, and yet again, AI. Tech stocks drive market performance due to AI investment. Though markets stay sensitive to earning reports, interest rates, and geopolitical risk. Let's talk about energy vulnerability. Events in key oil producing regions directly impact domestic fuel prices, transport costs, and inflation across the country. So that's just a quick breakdown of some of the things, that are really happening and the effect that they are having when it comes to a lot of us that are here in the United States and the changes when it comes to our economics. And that's something, that a lot of people are feeling and combating with in a heavy way. And honestly, it's hitting everybody, no matter what tax bracket you're in and how much you're bringing in as far as your income. A lot of people are feeling the heat and the effects and having to shift and pivot and pay close attention to what is really happening so they can stay above float. And now, we can break this down in a simple way, Imani. Did you have a few things that you wanted to just add, or we just chit chat about this a bit before we get into, breaking things down just a little bit more in simple everyday language that may not be, too complicated?
No, I've got nothing to add. I think you've covered it all. I think just giving the simple breakdown will just tell people what the real focus is in simple terms that they can, everybody can understand. I'm not saying that people didn't understand what you said, but it's nice to sometimes just break it down simply.
Right, because a lot of times, when we do our research and whatnot, and we come, to report, and speak on some of these things, they use a lot of verbiage or whatnot. There's like sometimes to me, I just feel like, child, it's a little bit extra. Just break it down and keep it real for the people. And so, we're gonna do that over here, y'all. So once we break this down, let's just go ahead and get into that so we can push right through, because these two videos that we want to show y'all, that's our bonus topics for today, they actually hold a lot of weight and some great information as well. And we don't want, to leave y'all sitting here just listening to our voices reading, child. We're not in the classroom. So we'll be watching some videos together as well and doing our commentary as we usually do. But let's go ahead and do, a breakdown in simple everyday language. Okay. So politics made simple. What's happening? Politicians are actively competing to convince voters that they have solutions to the country's biggest daily problems. Okay. And a lot of them is selling dreams because they're not telling the truth. But that's my personal opinion. Okay. But anyway, let's get on with it. So the daily question for most people, politics come down to paying the bills, right? Why are groceries still so expensive? Why does filling my gas tank cost so much? Why are home prices and rents still rising? Why doesn't my paycheck stretch as far as it used to? We also got to talk about the border and foreign affairs. Americans want to secure the border alongside a fair system. Overseas conflicts directly affect what Americans pay at the pump and in grocery store aisles. And then we know when we're living in these highly technical times, right? It's the Jetsons up in here. We have AI concerns. People are excited about AI, but worried about the job security, fake videos, online trust, and safety. AI has a lot of capabilities that can, twist and shift things up in your life. Now, we also going to talk about the economy and daily life that is made simple. Jobs and rates. Lots of people have jobs, but living costs still remains heavy. High interest rates make mortgages, car loans, and credit card payments much more expensive. Oh, hold on. Sorry, my bad, y'all. Then we got to talk about housing. High home prices and high mortgage rates means many young adults are putting off buying their first home or struggling with high rents in apartments, condos, and homes that they may already reside in. Let's talk about credit card debt. More families are using their credit cards for everyday needs, paying extra in interest charges just to keep up. The money is running out. The checks are not as big as they should and need to be. And so if people have credit cards, they are leaning on those credit cards to make ends meet. And by doing so, and so often, yeah, the interest rates and charges, are high, even with those credit cards. And that's an additional bill that they have to pay. Let's talk about Wall Street and the gas prices. AI is driving up the tech stocks, but overseas tension can cause gas, food, and delivery prices to jump quickly. These are things that people are struggling with and combating through and navigating through on an everyday basis. And a lot of times, y'all, what I've noticed is we are, as human beings, very much able to adapt. So a lot of times these things are happening. If we pay attention to the politics and economics, we understand why. If we necessarily don't, then we may not understand why. But what we will do is adjust, right? And so a lot of people are feeling and seeing and having the frustration that the costs, right, these living costs that we have, whether it's with food, with gas, with your mortgages and your rents, with your credit cards, anything where you got to pay out, the rates are going up and things are becoming more difficult for people to juggle and balance as much as they are trying to adapt. A lot of times we adapt without even knowing we're adapting because, hey, we got to purchase these things and the show must go on. But deep down, people understand that there has been some significant changes and shifts when it comes to a lot of this that are putting people in discomfort. What do you think about this, Imani?
No, I mean, the global themes are the same everywhere. Like I said, if you listen to what's going on in the UK, much of the focus is the same. And also, this war is putting a lot of pressure on the supply chains. So, if I go to the UK, for example, and I'll give you a quick run through of what's going on in the UK, the UK government is continuing to focus on on growing the economy while tackling the cost of living. They're trying to improve the NHS, that's our health system, managing immigration and strengthening Britain's role internationally after Brexit, which was when we exited the European Union. And although inflation has fallen, many families are still struggling with higher prices for food, housing, energy, and everyday essentials. Sound familiar? Immigration remains one of the country's biggest political debates, with discussions centered on balancing border security, labor shortages, and humanitarian responsibilities. Now, I'm laughing because this is like a complete, the same thing that you were just talking about in the US.
Right.
Healthcare also remains a major issue with long NHS waiting lists, shortages, and increasing demand for services. Now, what about the economy? The British economy is growing slowly, but many households continue to feel financial pressure. Although inflation has eased, prices remain much higher than they were before the pandemic. Many homeowners and businesses are hoping that interest rates will gradually fall, reducing borrowing costs and encouraging investment. Housing affordability remains a major challenge with high house prices, expensive mortgages, and rising rents, making it difficult for many people, especially first time buyers, to get onto the property ladder. The job market remains relatively strong, although many industries continue to struggle to recruit enough skilled workers. What about business and trade? Well, as London still remains to be one of the world's leading financial centres, the UK continues investing in key growth industries, including AI, financial technology, life sciences, renewable energy, and advanced manufacturing and digital technology. The government is hoping that these sectors will create new jobs, attract investment, and strengthen long term economic growth. When it comes to energy, the UK is investing in renewable energy, nuclear power, and cleaner technologies to improve energy security and reduce the dependence on imported fossil fuels. However, the international conflicts and higher global oil and gas prices continue to affect household energy bills and business costs. When it comes to international affairs, Britain continues supporting Ukraine and working closely with NATO allies while monitoring tensions in the Middle East. The UK also remains active on the world stage through diplomacy, trade, security, and climate change initiatives as a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council. What should we be watching for over the coming weeks? Well, we should be watching for these figures on economic growth, inflation, Bank of England interest rate decisions, NHS performance, housing affordability, and energy prices, and also obviously developments in the Ukraine and the Middle East. Now, why does all this matter? The UK as it remains one of the world's largest economies. So decisions made by the government and the Bank of England affect borrowing costs, trade, investment, and financial markets, both at home and abroad. The key challenges remain the same: the growing economy, reducing the cost of living, improving public services, building more affordable houses, creating better jobs, and ensuring long term prosperity for future generations. Now, that sounds exactly like what you were talking about, obviously, but we're not involved in this war that's going on. In simple terms, for the United Kingdom, it continues to focus on its growing economy, reducing the cost of living, and improving the healthcare system. But the key questions that people are asking: can I afford my bills and everyday living costs? Will inflation continue to fall? Will interest rates and mortgage payments come down? Will buying or renting a home become more affordable? Will the NHS waiting times improve? Will wages finally keep up with the cost of living? Can the government grow the economy and create better jobs? Will international conflicts increase fuel and food prices? Will my children have a better future than I have? The government is investing in industries such as AI, renewable energy, and science and technology to create jobs and boost long term economic growth, while continuing to support the Ukraine and monitor, obviously, the Middle East. But most people aren't focused on political arguments, they're focused on everyday life. They want good jobs, affordable housing, reliable healthcare, lower bills, safer communities, and a better future for their families. Those are the issues that will continue to shape the UK politics and the economy in months ahead. And as you can see, it's very similar to what you said about the US. That's why I really didn't have much to add, because I knew I was going to repeat this for the UK. And I think this extends across Europe and across other economies.
Exactly, Imani. And that's what I love. Like when we have our conversations, when we're just talking amongst each other and when we do our content, it's very important for us, to speak on this and make the comparisons because when it comes to us being one big, beautiful people from all over this big, beautiful globe, in whatever countries or areas we reside, a lot of our struggles and things that we are actually dealing with right now are the same, despite what country we live in and how different, it may seem as though we may be. At the core, the real important things that we're dealing with are all the same. And so I did want to talk a little bit about the major 12 universal themes that literally connect us all, okay? And especially what we are going through right now
I
within our
thought,
political sector.
hi, sorry, Golden. I
Mhm.
thought we were going to do a video and then do that afterwards because we didn't want to talk too much.
Oh, yeah, we is talking a lot, child, and people getting bored. Yeah, we
Yeah.
could do that. We could definitely cut it with a video. Which one do you want to put on the docket first out of the ones
Should
that
we
we
put?
have?
Should we do DL's one? Yeah, because we'll do the 12 global themes across the world. Golden will give it. I'll give you a few, and Golden will give you the layman's terms because we just like to
Okay,
sometimes simplify it for the people. So,
that does
should we
sound
do the
good.
DL
I like
Hewley,
that.
or do you
Yeah,
want to
let's
do a
go ahead.
song?
Uh, well, I was going to do the Reese first, but we can do DL first. Because we cannot forget, y'all. Yeah, we are
Yeah.
talking about a lot of things right now, politically and economically, but there are also a lot of injustices that are uprising and happening, and we know we've heard a lot about them, in the media, like within the past month or so. And one of the biggest ones is Nolan Wells. We know that name and that case is very heavy, and I like to listen to DL because I really appreciate a lot of the time, his talking points and, how he calls certain things out. And he also has a lot to say about, Brandon Tatum, right? Officer Brandon Tatum. And so he kind of tears into him, which yeah, I can really understand and appreciate the way he does it. But we're doing two comedians today when we do our videos. And so outside of us getting some of the important information and coverage that we've been covering, and a lot of other people have as well, we can give it to you with a little bit of taste of comedy, because we do have two comedians that are also extremely, educated and stay up and on top of what is happening with politics and with injustices and things of that nature. So yeah, let's go ahead and maybe do that, and just give the people a break from listening to our voice, child, because I know they just don't want to hear us sit here and read and talk all day. You know what I mean? So is that good? You want to go ahead and get into a little bit of DL's coverage on that?
Yeah, let's get into a little bit of DL.
All right, that sounds good. So, y'all, shout out to DL Hughley. We're going to be listening to and watching together a little bit of this conversation with him. If y'all have not checked out his platform, it is DL Hughley on YouTube. And he does have his podcast that he does there, where sometimes it's just himself and sometimes he has co-hosts as well. But they have excellent conversations, and they really hone on in important topics. So this one is what really happened to Nolan Wells. DL demanding answers, just like everyone else is. And then he eviscerates Brandon Tatum, Officer Brandon Tatum, child. So we're going to go ahead and listen to a little bit of that together, y'all. And DL is also very wise. So I like listening to him. He's very smart. So let me go ahead and get everything set up and popped up on the screen, y'all. And we'll listen to that together, and we'll meet y'all in the chat. All right, y'all. So I got everything set up. Let's go ahead and hit play, and let's listen together. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this commentary. We're going to meet y'all over in the chat section. Thank you so much for joining and rocking with us today. Let's get into it.
Hey, now it's me, D.L. Hughley. Welcome back to Uncertain. So much to get to. This is Jasmine Sanders. This is Austin Hall. This is Moiba. I think, which is what would you be your where are you from originally?
Don't Who, say me?
I mean, before you came to here. I mean,
Moiba.
Not the answer you give to immigration. The answer you tell us. From Nashville. I didn't know they had huts in Nashville.
That's so
It's crazy. So, of course, Nolan Wells still continues to be a hot topic. And for everybody that asks me why are we still talking about Nolan Wells, one man's Nolan Wells is another man's, Amanda, what was the young? Natalie Holloway. One man's Nolan Wells is another man's Natalie Holloway. Remember, we knew all about Joran Vandersloot, and we knew all about Aruba, and we knew all what was happening. Do you think that Nolan Wells was murdered?
I do.
You do?
100%.
I think that Mississippi's going to be Mississippi. I think that black people are right to question all of the circumstances that have arisen. You have a young man, and almost everything we know about this case, we know because black people wouldn't let it go. Like his mother and her sister, or her somebody close to associated with her, found his phone. A young woman, clean the audio up so we could hear other things. And so everything we know, but Mississippi is being exactly what Mississippi has always been. And they are dubious and dismissive, in terms of black lives. They don't have, well, you have just as recently as 2024, there were 215 black men who were found in the pauper's grave behind a local sheriff department. 215. All that was missing was a metal. All that was there to signify that there was a metal plate. It only came to light because a mother was looking for one of her, looking for a child, and they happened to find it there. Nobody said 215 people. That's a lot of people. You have Medgar Evers. It took 31 years and 3 trials to finally get a justice for him. You had not even 3 weeks ago, a 1-year-old boy was shot by a police officer who has, it's been said that he's had racist connections. We don't hear anything about that. Mississippi has been actively participating in poisoning the water of it, or not even poisoning, allowing the citizens of Jackson to be poisoned with their water supply. The very same thing that existed in the 60s exists now. So they have a dubious history when it comes to the value of black lives. I remember I was playing a gig in Jackson. I stayed at a brand new Westin. It was a brand new Westin they built in Jackson. It was right across from the jail. And I have a 135-pound Akita. He would travel with me all the time. As soon as we get to the hotel, I get him water. This dude starts shitting everywhere an hour later. I go to the vet and he said, did he drink the water? Because every few months, the water is so bad that Jackson have a boil advisory. And they know what's happening. They've taken all of their political power away. So why would I believe you? The only reason we know anything is because black people haven't let it go.
I think it's also worth mentioning when you're talking about things that happened dubiously in Mississippi in 2022. Remember Demontario Gibson?
Yes.
The FedEx truck driver,
right,
where a father and son shot him, killed him, and were both acquitted.
And then the two FedEx driver, actually they shot at him. And the judge suspended the case with prejudice, or dismissed the case with prejudice. And they got that right, with prejudice. We are right to be dismissive or to be suspicious of people who've shown us who they are. Mississippi going Mississippi. There's nothing inconsistent about what we know Mississippi to be. I'm not saying that everything that happens there is this way, but they're not. The governor of Mississippi comes out and calls, basically says that Ben Crump and Al Sharpton are stirring up racial strife. No, that ain't what happened. If it weren't for them and people bringing, I can understand, and I don't know what happened, but I do know that a young man is dead, and the fact that his mother, who only wants to seek justice for her child, is getting doxxed, like her job is getting bad reviews, her personal business getting bad reviews, and getting death threats.
Right.
Ain't nothing more Mississippi than threatening black people for nothing. I don't understand what we don't trust you because you've proven to be untrustworthy. Your governor has never said anything, and when he does say something about what's going on in Mississippi, the first thing he really talks about, if any significant to any significant degree, is to malign Ben Crump and Al Sharpton. It sounds like outside agitators, right? It sounds like what they used to say before.
Right.
It's interesting that Brandon Tatum is welcome in Mississippi when Ben Crump and Al Sharpton are not, for the exact same reason that Stephen A. Smith is welcome at ESPN and Ryan Clark is not. Anybody who says or asks questions, you talking about a state that got mad because niggas tried to read. And now the new extrapolation of that, the new extension of that, is people having internet. So what is it? Why would I trust you? I don't know what happened, but I do know this. Maybe the hang up for me is that they keep bantering, throwing around this word friends. We were his friends. We were his best friends. Who is it? This young man this young man right here.
If Nolan could dig himself out of his grave right now, he would. No doubt. Nolan would be livid is an understatement. Nolan would never want anything pursued this way at all. I think he would be really upset with his parents about how they went about the situation. I think he generally would. I don't think he wouldn't support it. I know that for 110%. I know he wouldn't support any of it.
best friends. Like I was told the story on the radio earlier this week. I had a best friend, a good friend of mine named Kevin. And Kevin and I were best friends. We would get into it all the time. 16 years old. He had a great job, moved in with this girl. The girl had a kid by somebody else. There was always friction. One day Kevin asked me to get his back with him. And normally I would, but this time I got so mad at him and told her to leave the girl alone. We had a fight. An argument ensued. I'm like, fuck you, go. And Kevin got killed. And I was so hurt by that. And a lot of people in the neighborhood, I remember, and I told the story on the radio, a dude named Roger said, you let that boy to drown by himself. My mother didn't want me to go to the funeral because she thought that the people were they were so mad at me. She thought they were going to harm me. He was my friend. And I had to say, because if that's your friend, that's the last time you're ever going to see him again, ever. Ever. But these young people throw friend around. When you are grown and you understand what the value of a friend, you understand if you have 5 good friends, you have been blessed. And I had to go say goodbye. The fact that you weren't compelled to say goodbye to somebody, the fact that you didn't have any grief or lament, the fact that you couldn't even access and try to ascertain what part you could have played in it, lets me know I'm not saying they're guilty, but wasn't one fucking friend in the bunch. Not one of them a friend. They can say acquaintances. They can say I was cool with. They can say teammates. You can't tell me a friend. You can't call yourself a friend. Now it's such a cliche word. You BFF, my best friend for life, and this and they even connect the names, Bennifer and all that kind of. When you got a friend, it ain't shit you won't do for them.
True.
I'm talking about a friend, and not one of them have done anything. I think the problem we're having is that Mississippi is Mississippian and they're mismonitoring friends. None of them have acted friendly. None of them have done the things that we associate with friendship.
Right. They held on to the phone.
Right.
I think they're being advised or just told you can't be there. Except when Officer Tatum comes through. They've been welcomed to an interview.
I would say this. When you hear, they have a scrubbed audio, right? So this is a scrubbed audio.
Hey, we're at the west tip of Horn, and our bilge pump stopped working. We're sinking. Can y'all please come? We have a membership. Shut up! Shut the fuck up!
Excuse me, sir. How old were you when you made your first million?
Threatening the woman who scrubbed the audio. Why is it that black women and black men are the ones who are moving this case forward? Why is it that it was his mother that had to find his phone and his keys? Why is it that it was a black woman who worked in the audio industry that had to scrub the audio? Why is it that Ben and Al had to show up there? I'll tell you this. Nancy Grace is there. Nancy Grace has tried 100 felony trials, and she thinks something's suspicious. Because it is.
Why wouldn't you think something was suspicious when you have an independent autopsy and yet you don't get the throat and you don't get the lungs?
The lungs. Here's how I know something happened. Because the easiest thing to do if they have the lungs would be to know if there were water in them. Then they could say he drowned. Now, all the other places we get into, at least you would know he drowned. We're not even getting that. Right. And one thing, if you're gonna lie now, you can't let black people watch TV now, because now we don't all watch it.
Forensic Files,
episode 302.
Yes, Law and Order. We know all of it.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna just stop it right there for our commentary break. And for these videos, because of today's live, the way we're doing it, we're just giving a little bit of, intro into what the conversation is. We're not going to play all of it all the way through. but just listening to some key details. And one of the things that stood out for me, I'm gonna start off, Imani, is like crazy work because I literally was having that same conversation with Imani, with Mama, with Carlos, and a few other people as well. And I said the same thing when it comes to, with the Nolan Wiles case, and as far as the autopsy being done. First, initially in the area and, the state and the city or whatnot where he was unalived or found unalived. But then, the body and the remains being requested yet to be sent to the private autopsy examiner. And the main thing that stood out for me was if they are going to present this story as he just drowned, that's what it is. Why are the lungs not being provided? That is the easiest organ to present for anyone to prove that that is what happened. And, that is the easiest organ to prove that there will be water within the lungs. And so I'm like, yo, it was crazy. Like DL literally said that. And I was like, yo, I was just saying that before. But Imani, that's what I just wanted to speak on right there. You go ahead, give me some of your thoughts, feelings, and opinions, bro, and then we'll move it right along.
Well, first and foremost, what the hell is that friend? How dare that friend talk about how his mother should react to her son's death and think that he has some insight to how her son thinks she would act and saying that he would be horrified? Who the hell does he think he is? Who the hell does that boy think he is? And not only that, there was initially when he started, as he says, the mistrust of Mississippi is because of all these previous things that happened and the fact that they haven't got. If you're hearing some pattering around, it's the dog chasing its ball. Please don't think that's my TV.
I know about these little dog babies, girl. They be just making all their own
Yeah.
little noise.
Yeah. It's their history. The fact that they found, trigger warning, 217 bodies because another mother was looking for her son. I mean, these things are horrific. And it's got a bad historical record on racial justice. Like I said, listen to all those controversies that he talked about. And this history is what contributes to why many people approach the official explanations with skepticism. These are, and then much of the information has come from family members, independent researchers, members of the public, rather than official investigators. And, the fact that the mother had to try and find his phone, this audio stuff that's come out, it's none of it is from the investigators, none of it is from the officials. And then when it comes to the friendship, we talked about this friendship stuff. We talked about the fact that there is absolutely no way, if someone didn't come back with us and we got his keys and phones, you're not just going to drop it to his house. That in itself was always one of our suspicions. It's like, friendship, like they said, friendship is demonstrated through your loyalty, accountability, and standing beside someone during difficult moments, rather than simply using that label loosely as a friend. They sound like acquaintances. And how dare he, once again, how dare he criticize what Nolan's mother and his parents and his family are doing to get to the bottom of this? Who the hell does he think he is? That to me makes you even more suspicious. The fact that you would criticize a grieving mother. I mean, that's it. That's what I got from that bit. I couldn't believe that boy standing up there and saying, Nolan wouldn't want this. Yeah, no, you don't want it. You don't want it. It's not Nolan that wouldn't want it. It's you.
I agree. I agree. And when it comes to talking about Sandlot friends, if anybody knows what that really is in reference to, there is a movie called The Sandlot. And that movie, these little kids and whatnot, they were all besties, but they were very much young, right? probably in ages between 5 to 8 or something like that. When you start to become friends with someone at that young and you grow up together, you go to school together, and you make it all the way up to high school age, that's what they typically, would call like having someone in your life that's a sandlot friend. Y'all basically were friends at a very young age when y'all was like playing on the, playground in the sandlot. To be a sandlot friend with someone and something this tragic happened, and this is the response and the energy that you give, and these are the statements that you make, when you're in questions or whatnot, or interviewed or whatnot. It's not giving sandlot friend for me. I have sandlot friends that I literally have grown up with since I was of those young ages, and we still are friends to this day. We're adults now, so of course, your life sometimes part ways, and you got to do a little bit of things different because you're living your lives and stuff like that. But I can call any of these friends up and we can have a conversation, and we can pick up like we never even left off nowhere, like as if we was just talking yesterday, even though maybe a month may have gone by because of adult changes in life that we're living in right now and being in different locations and things of that nature. But yeah, sandlot friend, I'm sorry. It's not giving for me. Like, if these are kids that were literally friends when they were that young and that small and spending time together, and now in their high school years, about to go off to college and start a new journey of their life, and something this tragic happens to your friend, it's not giving what it needs to give. I'm not thinking about lawyering up. I'm not thinking about collaborating a story. My heart is broken. Tears are falling from my eyes. I've lost my best friend that I've been friends with since we was rolling around at the playground. And of course, if there's something, that I can do to aid and assist and alert and alarm my friend's family that, something tragic has happened to my friend while we were hanging out at this, event or this, vacation that we were on, that's going to be number one on my list. I'm calling the parents, I'm letting them know what's up. If I find out the fatality has happened and my friend is no longer with me, I'm mourning. I probably can barely get through the phone call while trying to tell, their parent, which is probably like my auntie or my uncle, because we're that close at this point, what has happened, and I'm falling to pieces. It's just the media training for me. It's just the, really polished, like, interview responses and things, that these friends had to say. And we also have a lot of inconsistencies when it comes to the people who were in close proximity to Nolan at that time on that trip. One person is saying one thing, the other people are saying something else, the friends are saying something else, the bystanders are saying something else. And then we also have the injustice of how, the legal system is handling the case as far as the investigation all the way down into, the autopsy. And so nothing about this case, honestly, is sitting well with me. But I want to be very clear about one thing. I am not saying that it is a racial issue. I'm not saying that the friends are held responsible, that they did that to him. All I'm saying is their response and their position within being his friend and this tragedy happening is a bit questionable to me as far as how they are handling it and the choices that they decided to make as far as handling it, as far as lawyering up real quick, sitting down, not necessarily with real law officials and lawyers, but yet doing interviews with Officer Tatum. You know what I mean? Like, it's giving weird to me. It's like it's calculated now responses and moves that are being made. And my question is why? Because if this is my sandlot friend, that's not what I'm thinking about. Is making calculated moves and responses as far as dealing with a loss and a grief of a sandlot friend. And so that's why I just think there's a lot of like weirdness going on with this case. And just like you said, Imani, that DL said, and a lot of people understand when it comes to history, it has not been a very great history when it comes to Black and brown people that are in Mississippi, right? Historically, it has not ended well for a lot of Black and brown people who reside in Mississippi. It has been very well known to be a heavily racist state. And the cities within it, the people who live within that state would know more about the cities. I don't know all about the cities, but I have just known and heard, and from history, I know that Mississippi seems to be a very racist state. And a lot of these type of, cases and things have happened within that state, and even worse, right, historically. And so it does open up a can of worms and question, about what really did go on here. Why is it, so much energy being thrown at covering up the truth and just trying to make this case go away, sweep it under the rug, and move forward quickly? Like, I don't like that. I think that is very odd. And I believe that, the parents, the family members, everybody deserves the truth, the facts, the evidence, and the justice. And, the public, we're out here, we can make our speculations of what we think it was and it wasn't. The only reason and the only way we can get the full truth of what happened is if these organizations do their job properly and fairly and release all the evidence and facts, and not be suspicious by seeming to cover up impertinent pieces of information within the investigation. And so that's what I have to say on that, Imani. Should we play a little bit more? Do you have a few things you want to add, or you want to get back to the global coverage?
Entirely up to you. Where do you think we go? Should we let people go and watch the video, or do you want to play a little bit more?
I wanted to play a little bit more because how DL crew get down, shot, and they about to go in on Officer Tatum because it very much seems like, and this is my personal opinion, that he, is very much an opportunist. And he did sit down with one of the friends of Nolan Wells, and I watched that interview, and the way it played out to me, and a lot of talking points and things that I was picking up on when it comes to body language, when it comes to, what some of the friend was saying, but also how Officer Tatum kind of was baiting the interview, right? And you have to be very careful when you're interviewing someone or having a conversation with someone. And this is something I'm learning myself. Do not bait people and give them an outlet or, a chance to just agree with what it is you already putting down. I think that's the wrong way to go. And if you're a professional doing interviews, but she's not a professional interviewer, he's an officer, he's a law enforcement. And so to sit down and have a
you would
conversation
think he'd be a professional being in law enforcement at questioning people and getting answers. But hey, that's just me. But yeah, let's continue with the video.
Exactly, bro. Let's play a little bit more, y'all. We'll play probably like another 10 minutes and then we'll move on. We'll, shift and pivot around, y'all. But thanks for rocking with us. We always got the stuff to bring to y'all. So let's go ahead and get into a little bit more of this, and we'll meet you in the chat.
Fluid in his lungs.
Yes. I know about the mitochondrial DNA, nigga. But just in everyday parlance, people are aware of these things where they wouldn't have been before. Why are you holding on to the key? We can tell if something happened to his throat. We can tell if something happened to his skull. We can tell if there are, hemorrhages in his eyes. We can tell if he got lungs. Why is it that you're holding on to things that really get to the heart of what happened to this young man?
And I also think the biggest question is, why have investigators not pulled these kids together and spoken to them? That's what I don't understand. You have the audio, like you said, the scrubbed audio where they called in to say that they were sinking, but you can clearly hear that their friend is in distress in the back, but they never mentioned it to the operator.
And you know what they never did? They never challenged that was the case. What they did was, they started threatening the girl and pulling up her criminal history. Nothing. Mississippi is Mississippi.
Right.
And the thing, everything is going the way it usually does. They say now black people are more diligent. The first thing they said was, what about all the black people that killed black people in Chicago? That's the first thing they say. A lot of them go to jail. A lot of them go like if they instantly try to devalue our lives. So we'll go, oh, it's okay now. What it is all of us have children A lot of us have children, and to have a child come up lost with no answers is a pain that no one should have to go through. And as a matter of practice, this state and other states in America have a tendency to do it by rote. And this time, no. This time, no. Remember that if you are going to be at the City Winery right? I'm your ex.
Not with him. He's still your boyfriend.
That's how you know. When you're a black man, they make you hold the shit you used to be, so it holds weight now. It holds weight now. I'm not knocking this dude. He looks like the kind of man that would have to marry a white woman. He does. He does. He looks like anytime a man called himself what he used to be, he was a football player and failed at that. Then he found his way into police work, right? Now he's out of that. Now he's always looking for the same adulates and same cheers he used to get on the football field. And usually them came from white coaches. So he's only doing what he's been trained to do.
Wow.
This dude is it. And now to get there, and this dude's talking about he was on cocaine, and listen to this.
Someone close to Nolan, one of his friends, told me that this person was offered cocaine and rejected it from this person. This person told me that it's over 100% chance that Nolan was using cocaine during this period of time.
If he was in fact on cocaine and did cocaine and alcohol, the best time to do shit like that is when you're young. If he were a 50-year-old dude doing it, established-year-old dude doing it, it would be a blight. But all of us, I've done cocaine, right? I have.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Hold up.
I've done cocaine. You've done cocaine, right?
No.
You from Africa. I don't know what you did.
I have not done cocaine.
Okay, I have. Have you done cocaine
First of all,
before?
my mama watching this. You ain't supposed to be saying shit like I done cocaine. You done. How about we just say everybody here has done?
No.
You
Okay,
know,
that's better.
the most salient point of it, we used to do something.
Okay.
There
But
you go.
when you're trying to align, I guarantee you that if that little boy did that, everybody else, if he did cocaine, he didn't come there with it. They gave it to him.
Right.
The one thing a young black 19-year-old D1 athlete ain't gonna have is cocaine. What he has is people with access to it.
But what they got to do with drowning?
Exactly, because what they try to do is devalue their lives. And I'm gonna tell you something. This dude, man, this dude right here, the reason that they would speak to him as opposed to law enforcement is because he is a listening ear. He's a sympathetic ear.
He's a safe ear.
He's a safe. And the only reason people on the right fuck with black people is if they safe. They're predictable. I got to know what you're going to do, or I can't fuck with you.
Whoa.
All right, y'all. So we're going to just stop it right there. Okay. We're going to go ahead and, just tell y'all, if you want to listen to the entire interview, please go over and check out, DL Hughley's platform and watch that video, because we have other things that we got to get to. And we already at the 2 hour and 22-minute mark, y'all. But I did want y'all to hear a little bit of him just kind of going in on like Officer Tatum. And one of the things when it comes to Officer Tatum that stood out for me was just like, it's the typical always same thing that we hear is the rinse and repeat. Every time, there is a fatality, or every time something has happened to a black person, right? It's always got to be the fact that now we got to pin to them that they have some type of, UGG issue, or they were under the influence of UGGs and things of that nature, right? Because that seems to be their go-to move to discredit someone or put a lot of the blame on them as far as their choices and why they could have possibly ended up in that predicament based off of those things alone. And we're thinking, and you have to think about, this is a high school top of the line athlete, right? That probably has, many acceptance letters into college due to scholarships and whatnot for his performative skills of being an athlete. But now all of a sudden we're attaching things to his name, even as a teenager. And we know teenagers, they get a little bit wild, they do some things. But I'm just kind of just getting really sick of that. Like every time a black person is, unnecessarily unalived and no longer with us, it has to be something to tarnish their name and their character. So now it's supposed to be the Okiina or whatever they call it, Kokiana, whatever, however you say it in a safe way on the platform or whatnot. The Coco, okay. Now all of a sudden he was doing Coco, and that's supposed to be understanding as to why this fatality happened to him. Like that really grinds my gears. I don't like that. What do you think about that, Imani?
Yeah, he had to. Yeah, like I said, I'm surprised they never added that he did marching powder and he also had a weapon, because that's the only thing they left out. Because then that would say, oh,
Exactly.
yeah, he's a violent black
Exactly.
man. Because
All
that,
right.
I'm surprised they left that part out. And this is why people like DL says, if you still got to call yourself by the title that you held before, that just shows who you are. That just shows who you are. That's like someone um was, someone working in a bank for X amount of years, being a managing director, and they're still calling themselves a managing director in financial services or something. Sorry, he is a tool. He is a tool, is Officer Tatum. And like they said, he's a safe pair of ears and a safe pair of hands to do any interview like this, because they know exactly what they're going to get from Officer Sellout Tatum. Makes me sick. But please, please, please go over and support DL. He does 2 podcasts a week. He's very funny, but he also brings some facts um and some details into the comment into his commentary. He's outspoken politically. Please, please go over and support his platform. It's great. Also, people like Midas Touch, Brian Tyler Cohen, I've had it, Roland Martin, there's many more. I think we will definitely tell you as we go along. There's lots of people bringing the news and bringing the facts. Don Lemon as well, Joy Reid. These guys do a great job for independent media, where you're getting more facts than BS,
Right.
as we seem to be getting, because a lot of the mainstream media is being restricted by this administration. Please support independent media. There's also another guy called what's the young guy's name that I talk about? The young guy that came off Midas Touch. There's also Coach D speaks as well. Coach D.
Yeah, Coach D, I know is one of them, and
Who's the young guy? Oh, I've
oh,
forgotten what his name, but there's lots of them.
I know who you're talking
Please
about, bro.
support these independent media guys. They're doing great work. But we're going to have a song break.
Yeah, we're gonna take a song break. But one of the things too I wanted to add that you were saying is just like, shame on you, Officer Tatum, because you literally are, participating in the same stereotypes and the same talking points and rhetoric that is used all the time when it comes to black injustice, right? To make it seem as though it is the black person's fault, they're living faulty, they're making poor decisions, and that can be used as an excuse as to why these fatalities happen to them. And that can literally be furthest from the case. And also, on top of that, like you were saying as well, Imani, when it comes to the people we shout out with platforms that are actually speaking out and highlighting a lot of these injustices and bringing the truth to the forefront, we notice the same patterns, the rinse and repeat, on how they try to tarnish their name, and speak about, indiscretions and things that may be happening in their life. That honestly, if you ask me, the type of indiscretions that they come out with, I don't care. I don't think it's important enough. It could be true. Most likely it's not true. But even if it is, what does that have to do with that person being able to be professional, do their job, and bring these stories to the forefront that need to be spoke about, especially when it comes to black injustices and black matters. And you know who we're talking about. We're talking about Roland Martin.
And not only that, Golden. if that were the case, that this guy was doing some serious marching powder, why haven't they released the toxicology report straight away? Because that would have provided evidence, wouldn't it, as to why he may have
Right.
drowned. But
If
we
you're
don't
gonna
have the
speak on
toxicology
anything,
report. We don't
right?
have
Like I
certain
feel like
body parts. So
if you're
whatever
gonna,
you're trying to spin, it's not working.
it's not working. These are not working. Y'all not scratching records. If you're going to spend anything, like, let's be very clear, that's the first thing that they look for when they're doing, the autopsies. The first thing that they're going to check for is the toxicology reports, right? And okay, if that's something that you want to paint or spin in a narrative or whatnot to make it seem like, what happened to this young man was his fault because he was on some type of substance, then that would have been released and talked about and spread all over the headlines and the timelines. So the fact that Officer Tatum is bringing that up, but yet no other media site or anybody else covering this case has brought that up, and there has now been 2 autopsies, it just goes to show that it's a lot of cornery behavior, because you're just really tapping, in my personal opinion, you're really just tapping into the same rhetoric and talking points that a lot of other people go through and do when that's the goal, right? To make a Black person seem like whatever their fatality was and however they left this earth, it was clearly their fault because they were doing something wrong and something egregious. This is a young teenage boy, a promising young teenage boy that I'm telling you probably has scholarships to probably we could say 5, 6, 7, 8 different colleges because he was an athlete. Athletes are not going to be making those type of choices. Okay. Can he probably have a sippity sip? Okay, he might have had a few sips. But as far as to go that far and say that he's now on powders and things of that nature, and what is the point of saying that? That alludes to why he's no longer with us. No, like all of that is always the same go-to. They do it every time. Every Black person, whether it's a celebrity or a star pupil or anything like that of the Black race, they always want to attach some type of drug
And it's
use.
without evidence.
No
Without
evidence.
evidence.
And I feel like you can't come out of your mouth and say that. There's been 2 autopsies now, and I'm pretty sure there's been toxicology reports. And so in order for you to say that, the toxicology report needs to support that. If it doesn't, then why are you even saying it? It questions your rhetoric. It questions why you're speaking this way and what you're trying to prove, whose side you're on, and what narrative you're trying to spin. And I'm sorry, we see it for what it is. We've seen it play out too many times. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and take this quick song break. If you have a few more things you want to add, Imani, let me know. Or we can
No,
pop
just
right into it.
RIP to the family and relatives and friends of Nolan Wells, and let's hope that they do. The official investigators start to give us some information. Just RIP to them and the parents, and our prayers, our thoughts and prayers are with you. And let's hope that they do get some information. But yeah, let's go for a song break.
Let's take a little song break. And then after the song break, how you want to pivot with the rest of the live? Did you want to get into our other video of the show, or you want me to talk about, and break down kind of, these 12 points here or whatnot when it comes to the
Yeah, I'll do the big overview, and you can do the plain English version of the global themes, and then we'll do the quick excerpts from the last video from also one of our favorites, Reese Waters.
Oh yeah, and with a little bit of comedy, but a lot of bit of truth. So yeah, we'll get into that and we'll end it with that, so we can end on a higher note. But after the song break, yeah, we'll let you go ahead and go first. You'll do your coverage, and then I'll tap into a little bit of the 12 universal themes that literally are connecting us all right now, as far as things that we are battling with and struggling with when it comes to our political setup and structure and our economics. And economics is one of the most important, because this is what really literally can put a monkey wrench and the comfortability of our lives, how we live, how we're buying our groceries, how we're feeding our families, how we're able to pay our bills, and, you know, comfortably live and thrive here, you know, on the earth, no matter where we are in this big, beautiful globe. We all are suffering from a lot of economic issues right now due to our political structures and setups. And so we'll get into all of that after the song break, and we'll leave off at the end, you know, with a video from Reese Waters, who's going to be also talking about something egregious. But because he is a stand-up comedian, he presents, you know, his content with a lot of truth and a lot of seriousness, but also a little bit more lighthearted because he is a comedian. And so he does add some comedy to it. And we don't always want to come and bring y'all, you know, this gloom and doom type coverage. You know, we try to keep it balanced. So we'll do that. Let's get into the song, y'all, and we'll be right back. Okay? Meet y'all in the chat.
They handed us the script, but we don't gotta read it no more. Yeah. Same old story, different page. Same old ink on a different stage. Got my own people on the corner, pushing me closer to the edge with rage. Willie Lynch probably laughing in his grave, seeing centuries later we still enslaved. House divided, envy contagious, the blueprint still working. Ain't that outrageous? Yeah. Stack the odds, casino game, bet against ourselves just to chase some fame. Another brother falls, everybody crying. Last week behind closed doors they was quietly plotting, trying to dim his light cause his future too bright. Crabs in the bucket pulling down every flight. Generational wounds passed hand to hand, fighting each other instead of the man with the plan. Iron chains became gold links, different metals, same prison when nobody thinks. Freedom ain't jewelry, freedom is soul. Can't buy liberation if your spirit been sold. We just echoes in the barrel, spinning circles every day. History whispers softly, but we keep looking away. They handed us the script, now we act in every part. Time to break the cycle, time to heal the broken heart. This ain't the dream they marched for, this ain't the future they could see. This whole thing was a setup, it's time we set ourselves free. Same concrete soaked with tears, same pain carried through the years, but we tear each other down for applause. Temporary likes while nobody heals. Call you a sellout when you lead a block. Soon as success make the whole world stop, but the real betrayal ain't broke the flight. It's poisoning your people out of envy and spite. You mad cause this watch gleam, mad cause our band gleam. Meanwhile the architects of the cage still counting money behind the scenes. They love the chaos, love the smoke, love watching families lose all hope. Another headline, another mother cry, another generation acting while they dying. The trap ain't poverty, the trap is division. The chains ain't visible, they're built from our decisions. We carry anger in our chests, years of trauma, years of stress, and pass it to our own bloodline. Instead of putting evil to rest, love became weakness, unity became strange, clout became currency. Everybody chained. Round and round we go. History keeps repeating, cause nobody let it go. But tonight we change the pulse, we build every heart. This ain't the life they believe. The chains only live if we choose not to leave. Let the echoes disappear, let the barrel finally break. Leave the hate where it belongs. For our children's sake, no more jealousy, no more self-destruction, no more borrowed hatred. It's unity or it's nothing. We free. We free.
All right, y'all. So thanks for rocking with us with that quick little song break right there. We got a few more things that we're gonna get into as far as like, we're gonna read through or whatnot. And then we'll have, like I said, we'll end with Reese Waters, who has a excellent channel and platform. You guys really should check him out. But there's something really painful that he is talking about and reporting on that did happen in a school here in the state that I live in, at the hands and the mouth of a Caucasian school teacher and what she had to say directed towards Black students. And so that's what that video will be about. But before we get into that, Imani, did you want to go ahead and cover a few things before I get into, I just wanted to talk about a little bit, things that bring us together as a people in the world. You know what I mean? 12 universal themes that really connect us all. Before I get into that, you have a few things you want to speak on as well?
Yeah, well, I'm just going to do the main global themes as an economist, and you're going to do it in the layman's terms as people are looking at from their kitchen table. So the main global themes, that are important worldwide are: number one, the cost of living. People want lower food prices, cheaper energy, affordable housing, and wages that keep up with rising costs. The economy. Governments are trying to grow their economies while keeping inflation under control and deciding whether to lower interest rates. Global security. Conflicts in Ukraine, the Middle East, Africa, and Asia continue to affect energy prices and international stability. AI. Countries are looking at how to embrace AI whilst protecting jobs, privacy, and public safety. Energy. Nations are investing in renewable energy and cleaner technologies whilst trying to reduce the dependence on imported oil and gas. Housing. Rising house prices, rents, and homelessness remain major concerns, particularly for young people. Immigration. Governments continue to balance border security, labour shortages, and humanitarian responsibilities. Healthcare. Many countries are facing staff shortages and growing demand and rising healthcare costs. Climate change. Extreme weather, flooding, droughts, and wildfires continue to affect communities and economies. Politics and elections. Many governments face growing pressure to deliver practical solutions on the economy, healthcare, and public services. Young people and jobs. Education, skills, employment, and opportunities for younger generations remain major priorities. Mental health. Improving mental health support and community well-being has become a growing focus. Bottom line is, we all want the same things: stable economy, affordable living, good jobs, safer communities, reliable healthcare, quality education, honest leadership, peace and security, and a better future for the next generation. And I'll hand it over to you, Golden, with really more or less the same thing. This is what we're talking about across all the continents.
Thank you for that, Imani. And so as I go ahead and read my portion here, y'all, when it comes to, 12 universal themes that connect us all, it may sound a little bit repetitive, but there's a reason for that, because literally it is the same across the big, beautiful globe. So let's go ahead and dive right into it. So partially of what, well, not partially, majority of what Imani said is the same with what I have, right? We have to talk about things that are affecting us as people across the globe. So everything costs more. We know that. So whether you're in America, Britain, Africa, Europe, Asia, or the Caribbean, people are saying my shopping costs more. My rent and my mortgage is too high. My utility bills are up, and working harder isn't stretching my money. In simple terms, people want their wages to stretch further, right? People also want affordable homes. Young people especially ask, will I ever own a house? Why is rent so expensive? Governments everywhere are under intense pressure to build more housing and make sure the cost of those housing are fair for people and affordable for people. People just want good jobs. It's not just about finding any job, it's about secure jobs, better pay, fair opportunities, and wages that can support a family alongside growing worries about technical displacement. And we'll get into that in just a moment. The world feels less safe, and we know that safety is key. From Ukraine to the Middle East to parts of Africa and Asia, people watch conflict with concern because wars don't just stay in one place. They spill into fuel prices, food prices, travel, and global economy, and they make the lands that we live on and the areas that we live in unsafe when war is decided to be waged. High fuel prices are affecting everyone. When oil prices rise, everything becomes more expensive because nearly everything must be transported. Higher fuel means higher food prices, costlier deliveries, and expensive travel. And y'all, we got to get into it because we live in technological times. Artificial intelligence. People are excited about innovation, but they naturally ask, will AI take my job? Can we trust what we see online? How do we stop fake videos and misinformation? Because we know AI is behind a lot of that type of content. We got sick people and people who want to stay well who are worried about healthcare needs. Everywhere, people want quicker appointments, shorter wait times, more doctors and nurses, and better mental health support as populations are aging. We also have to talk about natural things, right? Such as extreme weather. People are experiencing floods, wildfires, droughts, hurricanes, and heat waves that are forcing nations to figure out how to protect the citizens and the people while reducing pollution. A lot of the solutions that come to natural disasters and weather conditions technically come with a cost, and it adds pollution to the air. Immigration debates. Nations are asking how to secure the borders, help genuine refugees that are actually in need of help, and fleeing from places and countries and areas that are war zones. They also are wondering about how do we fill the labor shortages and manage immigration fairly, making it one of the biggest political topics worldwide because we see it's being done the wrong way, especially here in the United States when it comes to Trump's regime and our ICE or his ICE organization that is in place that is literally hemming up people that don't deserve to be hemmed up, separating families, and sometimes ending with unalivings and fatalities. People are trying to find trust in the government again. Citizens everywhere are saying, we don't want promises, we want results. People want governments that fix healthcare, reduce crime, improve schools, and make daily life easier. Due to all of these things that we have to go through and we experience, it can lead to our mental health being affected. And so people are concerned about mental health awareness. Following years of pandemic disruption and economic pressure, conversations around anxiety, stress, loneliness, depression, and burnout are far bigger and more urgent today than ever. And finally, families just want a better future. So whether you're in London, New York, Kingston, Lagos, Toronto, Sydney, or Nairobi, parents ask the exact same question. Will my children have a better life than I had? That single question unities humanity more than anything else. And at the core of it, y'all, we all are just human, living a human experience and having the same worries and fears no matter where it is we reside and we are located. And so the bigger picture here, when you look beyond the headlines, people around the world aren't as different as we sometimes think. Most families simply just want enough money to pay the bills, a safe place to live, good health care and schools for their children, decent jobs to work on, and earn a decent income where they can pay the bills, peace in their life instead of war, and opportunities in the future for their children. The politics, languages, and cultures may differ sometimes, but the hopes are remarkably similar. At the end of the day, whether someone lives in Africa, Europe, Asia, the Caribbean, North America, or South America, we all are working towards the same goal: to build a safe, stable, and hopeful future for ourselves and our next generations. And so, y'all, that's what I got on that wrap up. Imani, did you have a few things you wanted to add? I know we're going to go ahead and get into Reese's video in just a moment, but I just wanted to know if there's anything that you wanted to add to some of those things we discussed.
No, beautifully put, beautifully delivered, and yeah, very succinct. That's what it's all about. The same questions worldwide.
Absolutely. And you know, I just feel as though if we can all just sit down and sit still for a moment and understand, you know, some of those principles that we just spoke about and some of the, you know, concerns that we just spoke about that people, human beings have, no matter where they reside, we can see ourselves as more alike than different. And we can make more connection with one another and understand that we're all in this fight together. At the core, the basic principles of what we want and what we need, what we're fighting for, what we're working for, is the same. You know what I mean? And I just think that that's so important. But oh God, let's go ahead, y'all. And before we end this, we're gonna have to get into a very unfortunate topic. But again, we do have a lovely person who is going to be speaking on a little bit of this, like I said, with a lot of dose of truth and a little dose of comedy to make it a little bit lighter for us to receive. And so we're going to get into our next video from Reese Waters. If y'all have not checked out his platform and his channel, please do so. Go over, subscribe, become a member, and show support and listening to the content because it's really excellent. But yeah, that's one of our like bonus pieces that we have for today. And so what we'll be getting into is you know, an unfortunate situation that happened in the school in North Carolina, and something that a teacher said to some of her Black and brown students that was very racist and off-putting. And so that is what this video is going to be about. Let me go ahead and get this popped up. I'm going to go ahead and put extreme trigger warning here real quick, y'all. Before we get into it, we'll watch it together and we'll meet y'all in the chat. And we just want to know some of y'all thoughts, feelings, and opinions on this. We cannot allow these things to continue. I mean, child, my son is 3. He's going to be in school age next year. And I don't want him being in school systems and in classrooms where teachers are speaking this way and thinking that it's funny, or, you know, I don't know what the reason is behind it, but, you know, do you have a few things to say about this, Imani, before we just hop right into the video?
No, I think the video says it all.
It absolutely does. So let's watch it together, y'all, and we'll meet y'all in the chat per usual if you care to join us. Let's listen to this mess. And then now we can hopefully, and I don't know how many times we have to prove that there is a reason as to why we are outraged, we are angry, and we are sick and tired, right? When it comes to, yes, Black and brown people, because these are the type of experiences that we have. And it's not, like I said, just in the country I live in, the United States. These things are happening globally. But this one just happens to be in the United States, in the state of North Carolina. Let's get into it, y'all. Shout out to Reese Waters. We'll meet you in the chat.
I'm a parent of 2 Black children in the school. They weren't affected directly, but it could have been, one of my kids. And every child deserves a place, to be able to be comfortable and learn and not have to worry about whether or not their teacher dislikes them because of the color of their skin.
The school located in Greenville is also looking into potential other racist incidents.
Oh, I bet they are now. I bet they are now. Virality will do that to you. Shout out to all the subscribers and the members here on the channel. Don't forget to like the video. I'm Reese Waters, and this is Racist of the Week, where we explore the stupidity and hypocrisy of discrimination in hopes we can build a more perfect union. And also laugh. As usual, I would like to thank today's sponsor, Racism. And of course, if you have any nominees, you can drop them in the comments. You can email me at admin@reesewaters.com. Now, one thing that we've noticed in recent years, building up to the America experience for Black folk as we sit here today, has been the worsening treatment of Black children, specifically in schools.
It actually makes me physically sick. How terribly Black students are being treated in these classes by their peers. Bro, tell the guy, kill the by the teachers.
Fifth grade teacher who mercilessly bullied the child and encouraged classmates to do the same.
By administration.
Baylor Ali says students called her son racial slurs on 2 separate occasions.
They've been calling me like an African-American monkey.
She says she was told another child told Jamal
that Kamala Harris is a bad and he is a good.
She met with the principal and an administrator with Hanover Schools who suggested Jamal move to another classroom, which he did. Baylor Ali says the racial bullying continued.
Every day I go home to my wife, I have a new story to share with them about a case of bullying that I seen in the school and how it was handled. And it always comes to the same conclusion. It's never happened.
Now, this is something that impacts me not only as a Black man, but as a parent, but also the fact that I've seen it in places that I'm personally connected to, in Oregon, in Ohio, in Maryland, in South Carolina. But one that has been unexplored up to this point has been North Carolina. And this particular story had escaped me, but no longer. North Carolina teacher resigns after making field slaves comment to Black students.
Hey, yo, what the?
What if I told you that the moment your book
You just couldn't let Ohio have it, huh? You just couldn't let Ohio have the racist crap. What is it? Oh, is all the ICE facilities he put in the South just got y'all really in y'all racist feelings again? Is that what that is? Trump did it? Well, we can agree on that one. Now, whatever your potential justification might be for a teacher making a slave comment to Black students, just go ahead and think about what your justification might be. Throw field slaves in there. Once you go with field slaves, once you go that specific with field slaves, now you gotta go. Now you free to run the fields. Parents say this isn't an isolated incident and is indicative of an ongoing issue. Oh, we'll get there. An educator at a North Carolina charter school has resigned from her position after she sparked outrage for telling her Black students they would probably still be field slaves if it wasn't for the U.S. Constitution. Again, it's the field slave. None of them wasn't light-skinned. None of them was light-skinned. They would have all been in the field. Because this is the thing. You might have got away with you would just be slaves. But the fact that you threw in field slaves for me, it's like that clearly is something that you discussed. That was front of mind to be that specific. During an English class on September 17th, the unidentified teacher asked all of her Black students to raise their hands, reports WITN-TV. Allegedly, that's when she made the racially charged comment. Racially charged? Racially charged. Say it with me again. Racist. It's much easier. It's much shorter. And much more accurate. She had them raise their hand during a constitutional lesson and reminded them that if it wasn't for the Constitution, they would be her slaves, her field slaves.
This is egregious work. This is nasty, egregious work.
Well, that really does change the tenor of the comment now, doesn't it? That really, not just you would be slaves, you would be her slaves. Oh, teacher, tell me why you mad, huh? Tell me why you mad. You know she was in the car at recess just, that damn Constitution. Now, I could have had my whole trailer clean. 7 days later, Winterville Charter Academy principal Anastasia Ryan issued a statement to parents and community members. You lucky, Anastasia. No, because I thought it was you. I thought it was you, Anastasia. We was coming. It wasn't Anastasia. All right. Look both ways. As soon as we were made aware of each incident, we immediately took action, reads the statement. The result was a teacher resignation and the children involved being disciplined in accordance with our parent and student handbook. These situations concern us too. Our school culture is built on one of acceptance, love, and respect to serve all children and their families. The inner workings of our school are surrounded by intentional effort to eliminate implicit and explicit bias. That's the kind of comment that we would typically just dismiss as being milquetoast and nonsense, but I guess not in Idaho, right? Hell yeah. That was too woke for Idaho, that all people are welcome. I remember. Now, here's the thing. You say that it is important for all people to feel comfortable and all people to feel welcome. But earlier in the statement, you said we take each incident seriously. So what that means to me is that was not the case until this one. That's what that means to me. That's what that means to me. Because if prior behavior had been acknowledged and addressed, then if it wasn't for the Constitution, y'all would be my field slaves, was where she went trying to course correct. That's where she went trying to clean it up a bit. Colleen Cullison, spokeswoman for National Heritage Academies, the parent institution of Winterville Charter Academy, also confirmed to the Denver Gazette that the school leadership had responded immediately after hearing about the incident. Despite these official statements against the teacher's actions, parents say this isn't an isolated incident and instead is indicative of an ongoing issue that the school has in regards to how Black students are treated very differently from their white counterparts. According to Insider, a white student was accused of calling a Black student a monkey. When the Black student reportedly asked for help from a teacher, they claimed they were flippantly told, "Oh, it's okay. We're all a little bit racist."
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
That was your teachable moment? That was your teachable moment. That was what you wanted him to learn in that moment. Apparently, the aggressor in this situation didn't need to learn anything, but the black student needed to learn to accept that kind of treatment from a teacher. Now, I wonder what would have been the lesson had that black student's given out hands and feet. If that black student went in his book bag and got some melatonin out, and handed out melatonin and valerian root along with a pillow and a Snuggie to the student that called him a monkey, what would have been the lesson to impart? Well, we all a little violent. You know what I mean? We all, would that have been it? Would that have been it? No, it would not have. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Same energy. Allegedly, the black girls were dismissed by an unnamed teacher who said to them, "It's okay. You're all my little monkeys." Huh. So you tried to clean it up by "you're all my little monkeys" in a playful way. Okay. So then it would be fair for them to have nicknames for you then in that scenario, correct? No, it would not be. Exactly. Same energy. I don't believe the school had no idea before September 20th, Tillman told the AP. I believe that the school was aware of it and they decided to just keep brushing it off. Exactly. According to the National Center for Educational Statistics, Winterville Charter Academy, which opened in 2015, currently has 661 students, and over half of that population consists of children who identify as Black or African American. What? So you mean to tell me this is a Black charter? I mean, half would be overwhelmingly Black. We only 12% of the population. So this is how you choose to police this in a Black charter. That resignation was long coming. You mean, I mean, really? I'm shocked she made it this far. Me too, considering her bad luck to be born after slavery and the fact that she reflects upon that apparently regularly. You remember last time I told you all about keeping your inbox safe, like how your bank.
So we're going to go ahead and stop it right there for just a quick second and take a commentary break. Child, Imani is running to the mic. I'm running to the mic. Mama Warrior is running to the mic. We running to the mic, child. Imani, I'm gonna let you go first, girl.
No. You guys go first. It's in your state. I haven't even got words. I can't even put words together for this. You guys go first.
Okay, but I'm saying, just as we spoke about earlier, I understand it's in our country, it's in our state and stuff like that. But, we know these things are happening worldwide, right? When it comes to the races. And so in this particular story right now, it just happened to be in the US, or whatnot, and in our state that we reside in. And Mama Word wants to join. So let me go ahead and send her the link real quick so she can pop up. But child, I'm telling you right now, like, and these are the things that it enrages you, it makes you fearful, and it makes you sad, it makes you wonder. Because I'm in a position right now where, and many people know, my son, he's a toddler, he's 3, he's gonna be 4 in December. He's going to be going to school very soon. And this is the thing that we have to sometimes do. We have to monitor and see, like, what type of school is this? What type of teachers are at this school? Who are they? How do they speak? What are they about? You have to do that type of research to make sure your kids is in good hands when they're not with you, right? because you keep them safe, you educate them, you tell them what needs to be talked about. But then you send them out here in this world and you put them in these facilities such as school systems and stuff like that. And you have these educators that are sitting here and literally saying these type of things to your children that are their students. And it is nasty and it's disgraceful. It really, really is. And so, you know, number one, like, I don't need to be behind bars. Like, I don't need that to happen for me. But I'm telling you for real, like, my son started going to school and teachers are speaking and acting this type of way, and my son come home and tell me this is what has happened, this is what was said, and I definitely get confirmation even from other students and other faculty that this literally is legitimately what was said. Okay, we're gonna have an issue. We're gonna have a big issue. And my son need me in his life. So I just really don't want to end up behind bars because I have to deal with my son going to a school and sitting with a teacher that is literally saying these type of things to him. Okay. Plantation wife much? Yeah. Like, what is it giving? You talking about if it wasn't for the US Constitution, y'all would be my field slaves. So you do understand that there's a lot of things happening at the same time here. You saying that, and if that's your mindset where your mind goes, you basically are saying that towards probably more browner hued or browner skinned students in your class, right? Because that's how they, not us, but they have always tried to separate us, right? The lighter ones is in the house and the browner ones is outside in the field. That's one thing. Number two, no, that's actually number two. Number one is that you see us as slaves anyway. And the fact that you think that if circumstances weren't the way they are and history has not, you know, progressed in some type of way, that we would be back somewhere on a plantation and our children would be, you would own them. They would be out in the field doing your bidding and doing your work. And because they're out in the field, we know how y'all have tried to separate us and say that the light-skinned ones can be in the house and the browner skinned ones can be in the field. So it's really baffling me. And I don't even want to try and understand it because the first minute that I hear it, it's not going to end well for that teacher at all. You don't get to sit up here in this school system, in this classroom, and speak to my child or anybody else's child that's in here that is black or brown and say something like that out of your mouth and think that you're not about to be handled at all, period. I can't. And the thing for me too that I want to add, and I want to make this very important because I want people to hear this very loud and clear. Very loud and clear. We also heard within this live that the conversations around little black kids and students and things of that nature being addressed as or called little monkeys, right? This is why I get so upset with my people. This is why I get so upset with my people. Because if you set the tone, right, and you allow these people to think that it's okay, like it's just something that we play around with, it's just a joke, and we're calling each other monkeys and apes and gorillas, and we're making AI videos and imagery of each other as apes and monkeys and gorilla families, you do understand that that makes it a lot easier for them to call us that and see us that way. You do get that, right? And so, yeah, I'm not just mad at these fucking racist ass people. I'm mad at our people because we do it to each other. And they sit back and they eat their popcorn and they watch us do it to each other. And they think that it's okay to speak to us like that and to speak to our children like that and address us that way because we do it to each other. And that's what boils my blood. But outside of us having to deal with that, don't worry. Everybody sit tight. We'll deal with our own. We can handle our own people amongst ourselves. We don't need you to come in, from the outside, acting like you part of the Black Panther movement. We don't need your help. We will deal with our own accordingly. But outside of that, then next we about to deal with your ass, right? Because none of these things should ever be said, and they damn sure shouldn't be said to our children and our youth. We are in 2026. We are not going back to Jim Crow. We are not going back to segregated schools. We are not going back to allowing teachers and educators to speak to our Black and brown children and say any shit like that. I don't care if they thought it was a joke or whatever they thought it was. You don't say that out your mouth. Period. And us as Black and brown people, we gotta stop treating each other and using these same type of talking points and rhetoric on each other because we in our feelings will be a little bit hot and upset. Because they're watching, they're listening. And if we talk to each other like that, they think it's okay to talk to us like that. And it's never okay. We are held responsible. They are held responsible. That's how I feel about it. And I'm going to get real angry on this one. I am. And I don't want nobody to ever question what side I'm on, what I stand for, what my activism is, what my integrity is, how Black I am. Do you hear? Do you hear right now what I'm saying? Don't you ever question me about that, ever. And I don't care if it's here in the United States or across this motherfucking globe. We got to start doing better towards one another. And we're not putting up with that shit. Make a motherfucking stand and make a choice. Because just as nasty work as they can be, we're just as equally nasty work towards one another. And that's all I got to say on that. I need to take a break. Imani, you want to go?
Sorry. No, let Mama go first. I'll go after.
She not ready yet. I'm getting her set up. That's why I said you go. I got to get her stuff set up. Hold on.
Sorry, one sec. I was just letting the dog out.
It's okay. She's coming. I'm just gonna swap her real quick. She's just gonna come to the mic right here. It's all right. She coming. All right, Mama about to come. Here she goes.
Okay.
Hey guys, Mama Warrior just have a few words as well. First of all, I want to agree with Golden about, especially about the way we talk and treat each other and the nasty and terrible things that we say to one another. And she's right. Even here on YouTube, we have an audience of some races who like to listen to how we treat one another and speak to one another and insult one another. And they think that's the go. Hey, we can do it too. They do it to each other. That's the excuse. And about the school systems, another thing I want to say that's particularly important about raising your children, not that I'm an expert. I try to do my best. My daughter's trying to do her best. But with your children, this is the reason why I say, no, do not let your children speak out and disrespect you, but let your children talk. Because when you let your children talk, they will come home and they will tell you what the daily events, what was said, and what has been done. If you teach your child to go to school, that's your teacher. Respect your teacher. I don't care what. Just respect her. Respect the teacher. Respect. Unfortunately, today, no, we need a daily report what's going on in them classrooms from your child every day, from grade kindergarten, first grade, all the way up to the 12th grade and through college. You need to hear, and they need to be able to be freely to tell you what has been said in their classroom. And another thing, these racists, once we find them, like we found this teacher, why is it that these people are not exposed? We want to know who she is. Embarrass her ass. Embarrass each and every one. Every time you find this incident, put them out there. Just like they used to make the little paper when they had somebody that they were looking for or looking for did a felony or what have you. They had pictures of the people right there in the paper. Pictures. Okay, photograph these people. Let us know who these people are. Embarrass them at the core. That's what needs to be done. And another question I have, legally and politically, where is the Black People's Act? Asia got an act. Everybody's got an act. But we are still the ones that don't have our act. So that these kind of incidents can be legally dealt with at the hilt. But we don't have our act. They didn't give us one. We ain't got ours yet. So that's another thing that we need to get together and get as a community, get out here and speak about. Where's our act? We don't have act. So that they can be legally handled. You're not going to be able to walk around and say these racist things and do these racist things, and then there's nothing comes of it. We're not going to tolerate it anymore. We have had enough. Enough is enough. And that's what I've got to say about that. All right, Mom. Thank you for that. Imani, you have a few things you want to add?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, especially when my son was at school, when I found a lot of issues were going on, and I've discussed them on previous lives, I would really encourage parental vigilance and being active in their school life, knowing what's happening in classrooms. I used to go and sit in classrooms to monitor what was going on and pay attention to how schools respond when your concerns are raised. Don't assume discriminatory behavior will always be identified or addressed without your involvement. You know, this is something for all parents in all states, in all countries where you have Black children, because here you have a school which has more than half of its students are Black students, and they've previously been called racist slurs or being compared to monkeys. This, schools should be a place where every child, whatever their nationality, should feel safe, respected, and able to learn without fear of being judged by the color of their skin or other factors.
Or their hairstyles.
Yeah, I mean, we really, really need to be more vigilant in the school life of our children. And, Black children, every child deserves classroom where they feel respected, protected, and treated equally. This is not a joke. I'm going to the facts of what she said. I can't understand how she got to that. But I feel this administration has emboldened racists to speak their mind freely because they don't feel that they will have any consequences. And this is what you get when you embolden these people to say what's really on their mind. And that's all I've got to say. But I will say, parents, be involved. Listen to your children. Let them talk. Don't ignore them. Sometimes I used to be quite dismissive and think that my child was complaining until I realized there was a bigger problem going on. And we actually had to form a committee to deal with the Black students. It was specifically for the Black students because we had a group of parents. So we said, look, all these things are going on, and all of us had different things but were many were similar, and problems with the same teachers. And they only got involved when we became active in our children's school life, because this can mentally scar children for years to come. So parents, get actively involved. Get on these committees if you can and if you have time, and listen to your children and make sure these problems are dealt with at the core, because people are just freely speaking these days. And that's all I've got to say.
I absolutely agree. And again, I am going to hone back into the fact that if you are someone that is black or brown, and you could be, or maybe you're not be raising children. If you are raising children, they're little sponges. They hear everything, they see everything. And what you do and what you deem to be okay and how you speak and how you talk, they're paying attention to that. And that is something that I have to now currently be on top of, right? Because I'm raising a little child that's watching everything that I do and listening to everything that I say. He's not with me right now. He's not hearing what I'm saying right now, but there are times where he does. And the thing is, these little kids, they don't understand when they're younger what the things you're saying out of anger mean. But as they become older and we're saying certain things that are irresponsible because we get upset with one another, not only is it things that we are teaching our children that can be wielded around and just fly out their mouth at any given moment, especially when they're upset, but it's also setting a precedence to let other people or other races know that we don't actually love, respect, and care for one another, because we sit up here and we call each other the most disgusting things that you can think of. And other people are watching that and they think that they can speak to us that way and disrespect us because we disrespect one another. And so I believe that multiple things can be true at the same time. Let's not forget the fact, because I'm not taking away from the fact that these hateful ass, racial ass people out here are saying shit about us, our children, our race, the color of our skin, anything under that nature. We know it. We see it, we hear it, we handle it accordingly. What I'm saying is we equally have to put ourselves in the hot seat because we don't care about one another. We go out here and talk to each other egregiously. Egregiously. We talk about each other when it comes to racial issues. We talking about each other's kids. We talking about each other's traumas when we were kids. We are nasty work towards one another. And we sit up here and we do these things and they watch it and they see that we don't give a shit about each other. So why the fuck should they give a shit about us? We don't stand with pride. We don't stand and show people you will not speak about us like that. You will not treat us like that because we respect each other too much. We love each other too much. And we're not going to allow the likes of you to say any shit like that about us. But how do you think that they're going to feel that way if we literally say worse things about one another? So yes, two things can be true at the same time, and we're kicking both doors down at the same damn time. We got to clean up our act and how we do one another. And any likes of these people are caught saying these things and doing these things, then yes, we have to address it. Kick down the door and address it. And for anybody who doesn't think that I'm the type of person to do that, you got me very confused, because I do. I have, and I will. And once we can move past that, when we get to the humanity side, then that's what it is. But let's be very clear. I will check anything that needs to be checked. Have done so, will continue to do so. And that's all I got to say on that. Imani?
No, I think that the words you said are for all parents. All children are sponges, and we all have to be mindful of what we're saying in front of our kids. That goes for all parents, not just the parents of black and brown children. But I don't want to make this is not solely about us, because the real elephant in the room is the fact that these racists are becoming emboldened in teaching our children and exhibiting their racism. You know, the way we treat each other is, a lot of it is a product of our history because we don't value ourselves. So I'm not going to take on board their luggage. It's disgraceful. It's not dealt with when it should be. And it's a big problem. And it's becoming a bigger problem under this administration. This administration is emboldening racism because people feel they can say anything they want to these days. But, like I said, we have had a long live, and I don't know but if we've got time to show the whole video, but please, guys, do you want to show some more, or do you want to, we can, because we're at 3.5 hours now.
Yeah,
What do
I
you
know
think?
it is a little long. I don't want to hold people too long. I just want to
Yeah,
play a little bit, or maybe another 10 minutes, and then we'll wrap it up. Is that okay?
yeah, okay.
Okay, let's do that. We'll hop right into that, and we'll meet y'all in the chat.
I mean, really, I'm shocked she made it this far. Me too, considering her bad luck to be born after slavery and the fact that she reflects upon that apparently regularly. You remember last time I told you all about keeping your inbox safe, like how your bank passwords, all your accounts likely connect back to your email. And with big tech companies, your email can be watched, scanned messages using AI to track behavior. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But what you might not know about is cases like the 20-year news anchor who was scammed out of her life savings. Well, that's why I love what Proton Mail does, because they give you Fish Guard protection. That's advanced phishing protection, flag address, track you. There are no ads and no scanning your messages. Proton.me/Reese Waters. You can find the link below or click the link in the description. And I want to thank Proton Mail for sponsoring this video.
You travel a lot for work.
On your side is learning more tonight about the resignation of a Winterville Charter Academy school teacher. School officials there say in a statement they were made aware of, quote, racially insensitive lessons regarding the Constitution. The school adds racially insensitive words were reported in the classroom with inappropriate response from the educator.
What would they have to say to just be racist? What would they have to say to explode beyond racially charged and racially insensitive? Like, what would just straight hard RNs? Huh? Just calling a whole ethnicity of people garbage? Oh, wait, no, that was Trump. That was Trump. And that was racist.
We're going to go the wrong way if we keep taking in garbage into our country.
No, see, what you're doing right there is you are charging him with being racist, which makes that racially charged.
We spoke with one of the school's parents, Raylonda Grice.
I'm a parent of 2 Black children in the school. They weren't affected directly, but it could have been, one of my kids. And every child deserves a place, to be able to be comfortable and learn and not have to worry about whether or not their teacher dislikes them because of the color of their skin.
The school located in Greenville is also looking into potential other racist incidents.
Oh, I bet they are now. I bet they are now. Virality will do that to you.
She had them raise their hand during a Constitution lesson and reminded them that if it wasn't for the Constitution, they would still be her slaves.
One parent said her son came home disturbed after the class, and soon after, other complaints followed, including a report that a white student called a Black classmate the N-word.
And then call him a and then the teacher responded by saying when the Black student tried to address it and ask her to address it, she said that, well, it's okay because we're all a little bit racist.
The school's principal confirmed a racially insensitive lesson had taken place and that the teacher resigned following an internal review.
No, see, that was an external review. That was an external review, because the internal review is what y'all have been doing this whole time when everything was said to be perfectly fine. That was the internal review. The external review was what got her dragged up out of there.
I don't know needs to hear this. Every black parent walking the earth, pay attention. Because yet again, we having a problem with our white cohorts in the classroom. Yet again, we have a problem with the people who are in charge of our children's teaching being absolute racist pieces of. I need y'all to read the headlines carefully here. And I need y'all to spread the word, because I'm tired of these people teaching our babies. This shit has got to stop. You read the headline correctly. Teacher resigns after telling black students if it wasn't for the Constitution, they would still be her slaves. These are the same people who are in the classroom teaching our children this shit. I don't even know what to say to that shit. Because I got these same white folks that'll come on my videos and try to defend this shit. You watch. There's going to be some people who get on here and defend this racist piece of teacher. You have got to watch you teaching your children. You have got to watch you over our babies in the classroom. Because you're going to get this bullshit right here. You're going to get this white supremacist, racist ass piece of shit teacher telling your children that they would be her slaves if it wasn't for the Constitution. I can't deal with these devils. Look, watch who's around your kids, man. Seriously, spread the word. Get this out here, because we cannot have our babies going through this shit, man. Spread the word.
Well, considering they were on the internet defending the two boys from Texas that wanted to go to Haiti and enslave the women and children for their own nefarious benefit, considering they defended that, they would absolutely. This is light work. After that, this is light work. And they get practice every day from this administration.
If it wasn't for the Constitution, we'd still be your slave. Y'all doing this to our kids.
The Constitution ain't for us. That's what I'm saying. We was here before the Constitution. The Constitution gratified them this land, man. Just listen to what I'm saying. They did. So you keep calling yourself black, call yourself American Indian. See, that's all them white people know. They've been taught like that. Keep calling them that. And we got that. They wear their heart on their sleeves, on their shoulders. They all the emotion and shit. No, you check them. No, you should call that one I'm American. Anyway, man, let me find out where that school is so I can call and check these, man, because y'all act like y'all scared of these people.
Make sure he know that school not around here. Just make sure we hundreds of miles away from that. I don't want him coming around here. Make sure. Go ahead, man. We'll meet you down there. We'll meet you down there. You got it. Ooh, okay. Yeah, let me know how that situation turns out over there. But to where he started with this whole thing, talking about the Constitution, the idea that we would be her slaves without the Constitution, and we're all a little bit racist. When would that have been? Like, we're all a little bit. When would that have been an acceptable thing to say? 1965?
Okay, you step up there. All right. Anyone else want to volunteer for a slave for just a few minutes here? All right, let me see. Okay, Beam, you make a good slave. Anyone else? No.
What you mean he would make a good slave? What you mean by that? Oh, he tall? I'm watching.
Okay, you make a good slave. Now, who would like to be a crew master or a master of a slave here? Who would like to be a master? Okay, come on up, Lamont. Let's go.
Susie didn't want no part of that. Susie sitting there like, y'all gonna get canceled. I'm telling you, no, no, because I'm gonna have grandkids after the 2020s, and this gonna look crazy. You know what I mean? Go ahead, you got it, Lamont. You can go up there. Ain't nobody gonna cancel you.
You don't know what an AI work management platform is? Okay, let me tell you. Here's 3.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna go ahead and take a quick commentary break right there. Sorry for the ads and stuff like that, child. I gotta pay my Premiere again, y'all. Y'all know it's a monthly expense, and so I gotta update the Premiere, so the ads is coming through. But Imani, you want to go ahead and start off on this portion of the commentary? I'll let you go ahead and lead with this.
He does talk a bit about accountability and whether the teacher's resignation alone was enough if there were similar complaints. And what I'd be interested in is that that teacher is not going to be banned from teaching in other states. So they, you get schools that repeatedly overlook the warning sign, and this responsibility extends more than just to this teacher and raises the question about leadership in schools, school culture, and safeguarding. Um, and once again, I'll reiterate the message to parents to remain actively involved if you can in your children's education, to ask questions, pay close attention to what happens in the classroom. Don't assume schools will always identify or resolve the problems. Without outside scrutiny, education works best when schools and families are committed to the children's well-being. So people have to get actively involved. And then we have to talk about how American history is taught in school, whether it's too sanitized without the real truth. That's another debate that we need to talk about. But please, please, I beg you, go and support Reese Waters. His content is great. He has a lot of videos. There's some serious political issues that he talks about. And it's not only about um, issues with regards to the Black community, it's about the administration in general. And he has some funny videos about different things and things that we don't even take into account. But he's a great commentator. He has a great channel. And as we feature other people's videos, we'll be telling you, we feature things from I've Had It, Midas Touch, Brian Tyler Cohen. There are many more. Please support this independent media. And if you want some tips of where to go and look for stuff, please feel free to ask questions or send us a message in the comments. Or, just support the independent media. There's more factual stuff and evidence. And yeah, keep watching, keep learning, keep listening. I've got more to say in my closing statement, but I'll hand it over to you for the commentary, Golden.
Okay, so yeah, that's about all we're gonna play for that video, y'all. And like Imani said, please check out Reese Waters and his platform. And if you want to watch the rest of that video, you can find that over on his channel. We have been here about almost 4 hours now, so we're gonna go ahead and cut it short. We're gonna give some of our final thoughts and opinions and really wrap this up, y'all. But as far as this video and this topic, we did hear about a lot, and I have some things to give when it comes to that as well. But when it comes to this topic, it really bothers me on a deep level, right? Because we have the core outrage that really comes with a lot of these things and stripping away the humanity. Teaching history should never mean re-traumatizing Black children. Telling a child that they would be a field slave isn't a lesson in history. It's an exercise in psychological dominance and emotional violence. It is abuse of authority. The classroom is supposed to be a sanctuary of growth and emotional safety. When a teacher uses their platform to diminish a child's humanity, they violate the most fundamental duty when it comes to being an educator. And normalizing bigotry, dismissing a student's real pain with, we are all a little bit racist, isn't conflict resolution. It's weaponized indifference. It tells Black children that their pain doesn't matter and that racism is just an acceptable background noise in life. We also have to talk about historical and educational reasons why this is unacceptable. Historical reality versus personal degradation. The U.S. Constitution originally protected a codified the institution of chattel slavery. Three-fifths compromise the fugitive slave clause. Teaching constitutional history accurately requires explaining how the laws were structured, not threatening modern Black children with hypothetical ownership. Conflating historical legal analysis with personal racialized threats is a total failure of the historical literacy and professional ethics. The pedagogical harm and trauma inform educator standards. Racial trauma in education. Research shows that racialized verbal attacks from authority figures induce hypervigilance, anxiety, and severe disengagement from learning. Destruction of the learning contract. Education relies on trust. The moment an educator frames students as a potential property, the safety needed for academic engagement is completely destroyed now. The power of community and parental accountability. Silence is consent. This teacher did not step down out of a sudden self-awareness. She resigned because parents stood up, made noise, and demanded accountability. Demanding structural change. Resignations are step one. Mandatory cultural competence and institutional policy changes is where the real protection begins. So, let me speak directly to the heart of this because I am completely outraged. What happened in that North Carolina classroom wasn't a teaching mistake or a slip of the tongue. It was a complete betrayal of our children's trust and emotional safety. To look at a Black child and look them in the eye and tell them they'd be your field slave, if not for a document, isn't education. It is weaponized rhetoric. Our children do not walk into classrooms to be reminded of historical atrocities through personal threats. The Constitution's history with slavery is a matter of legal and historical fact. But using that history to demean Black youth in 2026 is completely despicable. And telling a child we're all a little bit racist when they ask for protection, that is gaslighting 101. I want to applaud every single parent who made their voice heard until that resignation hit the table. We cannot be quiet when it comes to the safety of our kids. We demand classrooms rooted in dignity, truth, and respect, and nothing less. And I do apologize if I got a little bit, emotional and a little bit off the rails, but it is necessary because these type of things do enrage us. And yes, we will handle them and the individuals accordingly. Outside of that, Imani, for that topic, that's all I got on that. Did you have any things that you wanted to end with on that topic before we give our overall closing statement? And I gotta give me some water. My voice is going out. But yeah, go ahead, girl. Do you have any additional things to add?
Great. Sorry, I'll just give you my closing statement. As we come to the close, there's been one message connecting every story we've covered. Whether we're discussing the economy, politics, justice, education, or personal growth, it all comes back to values, accountability, and the choices we make as individuals and societies. Around the world, governments are facing enormous challenges. People aren't just talking about politics, they're talking about paying the rent, buying groceries, filling up the car, getting a doctor's appointment, finding affordable housing, and wondering whether their children will have a better future than they did. From the United States to the United Kingdom, from Europe to Africa, from Asia to the Caribbean, the themes are remarkably similar. People want stable jobs, they want lower prices, they want safer communities, they want honest leadership, they want good healthcare, they want opportunities for the next generation. And more than anything else, they want governments that solve problems instead of creating new ones. As we said throughout tonight's program, what happens in one part of the world increasingly affects us all. A conflict 1,000 miles away can increase fuel prices. Decisions made by central banks can affect mortgages and businesses around the globe. Advances in AI promise incredible opportunities, but they also raise important questions about jobs, privacy, and the future of work. These are not just political debates, they're everyday issues that affect ordinary family. Tonight, D.L. Hewley reminded us that justice begins with asking questions. Seeking transparency is not about creating division, it's about ensuring that families receive answers and that institutions remain accountable. Reese Waters reminded us that education should empower children, not diminish them. Schools should be places where every child feels respected, protected, and valued, because today's classrooms are shaping tomorrow's society. And our final reflections that while the world may encourage us to rush, panic, and react to every distraction, real strength often comes from remaining calm, protecting your peace, and investing your energy where it truly matters. We also address something important. This platform and others on YouTube, uh, and others on YouTube welcomes respectful disagreement. We welcome debate. We welcome different opinions because that's how we all learn. But we will not tolerate comments that cross the line into abuse, harassment, hate speech, or the sexualization of children. Recently, we've seen examples of this where people have made explicit comments involving children. Whether someone claims they're joking, whether they say they're angry, or whether they say they've been drinking, none of these explanations changes the impact that such comments have. There may be survivors of child SA watching. There may be parents watching. There may be grandparents, teachers, foster carers, and young people themselves listening. Words matter. Creating a safe community means recognizing that some language causes real harm and we have a responsibility to think before we speak. So if comments cross the line, moderators need to act, not because we want to silence debate, but because protecting some people, especially children and vulnerable members of our community, is more important than protecting someone's ability to make harmful remarks. So as you leave tonight, don't allow politics to make you lose your compassion. Don't allow economic pressures to make you lose your hope. Don't allow social media to make you lose your humanity. And don't allow chaos to rob you of your peace. Protect your mind, protect your family, protect your community. Be informed enough to understand the issues. Be wise enough to question what you hear, and be compassionate enough to care about people whose experiences are different from your own. And be courageous enough to stand up for the truth, justice, and fairness, even when it's unpopular. The world has always faced difficult times. Every generation has had its challenges, but history also teaches us that progress has always come because ordinary people choose courage over fear, integrity over convenience, and hope over despair. So, whether you're joining us tonight from the US, the UK, Canada, the Caribbean, Africa, Europe, Asia, or anywhere else in the world, thank you for trusting us with your time. Take care of yourselves. Take care of one another. Keep asking questions. Keep learning. Keep growing. And remember, your greatest investment isn't in the stock market, it's in your character. Your greatest influence isn't your follower count, it's how you treat people. And your greatest legacy won't be what you accumulated, but the difference you made in the lives of others. Until next time on our next live, which will be Black History, stay informed, stay compassionate, stay courageous, and never, ever lose sight of your purpose. Good night, God bless. And remember, always, we are way too blessed to be stressed. I love you all, and I'll see you next time.
Wow, that was very powerful, Imani. Thank you so much for that. I thought that was an excellent end to the live. I'll go ahead and give my final thoughts with everything that we covered today. And we'll end it with a bop per usual, child, and get the people up out of here. But yes, we are bringing today's show to a close. And I want to leave you with something real to carry in your spirit. Today we travel the world together, from interest rates in Washington and election heat in Brazil to Middle East energy routes, European security, and economic resilience across Africa and Asia. We cut through the political spin to speak plain truth about inflation, housing, AI, and the rising cost of living. And let's be honest, times are tough and the world feels heavy. So whether you're watching from London, New York, Kingston, Lagos, Toronto, Sydney, or right here at home in North Carolina, United States, working families are feeling the squeeze. But across every continent, every language, and every culture, we are fighting for the exact same things: dignity, fair wages, safe communities, and real future for our children. And that fight requires honesty and strength. Whether we're demanding justice and total transparency for young Nolan Wells, calling out commentators who exploit tragedy for clicks, or fiercely protecting the minds and dignity of Black children in our classrooms, we have to stand on business. We cannot be quiet when our people are disrespected, and we will not be passive when our children's spirits are on the line. Fighting for truth is an act of deep, unconditional love. Love gives us strength to fight, and honesty gives us the power to win. Power with purpose means using your voice, protecting your home, staying educated on global shifts, and holding every system accountable, from local school boards all the way up to global ladders. So walk into this week, y'all, with your head held high. Do not let the world make you fearful, and do not let any system make you feel weak. You come from a legacy of resilience, strength, and royalty. Stand in your truth, protect your peace, love on your family, and keep building unity in our community. Thank you for standing in power and purpose with me and Imani today. Stay strong, stay honest, stay royal, and keep those love and unity vibes flowing. So we wish you peace, strength, and blessings, family. And we will bid you all good evening. Thank you so much for joining us on this live. We appreciate all of your time. We hope you all have a wonderful rest of the day. And per usual, y'all, we're going to go ahead and end it with a few bops. And we will talk to y'all on the next live. So this is Golden, Imani, and Mama Warrior. And we are signing out from this live today. Thank you all for joining. Bye.
Yeah. Internet got everybody acting now. Everybody real till receipts pop out. Ooh. Whole time, half these wars got sponsorships attached. Facts. Ding. Came in humble, peeping vibes first. Everybody got a story who rehearsed worse. One live, say villain, next string queen. Whole timeline living off clips and memes. Clock it, screenshot, checkers, crop context, then turn pain into profit monetized. Spinning if you say, let me hear both sides. Now they looking funny cause you think with your mind. Girl, bye. Whole sector built off selective outrage, fake tears, fake growth, fake healing stages. Everybody reach peace till the views drop low, then another fake fallout for the next show. Whole time, fat. I don't move with minds, I observe first. Cause loud opinions don't decide what truth worth. Every villain ain't evil in disguise. Every angel ain't honest behind lies. Preach. I stand on business, not delusion. Half these friendships partnerships, strategic fusion. Views go up when the fake beef fly. Then they backstage laughing after live stream night. Facts. Stand on business, 10 toes planted. Everybody tough when attention granted. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Truth don't switch, cause emotions online. Some people don't want peace, they want leverage. Your platform, your audience, your presence. Soon as you distance yourself and move wise, now they online remixing history with lies. Funny how boundaries reveal folks quick. Toxic people panic when they losing their grip. 1 week, enemies next week, friends again. Y'all don't got drama, y'all got marketing plans. Clicks, downloads, chats, reaction views. You become optional when money involved too. Everybody scream real to reality sting. Then honesty suddenly offensive again. That part. I just see clearer now. Some people love chaos more than connection. Some people only loyal when they need protection. I stand on business, solid pressure. Can't buy integrity with views or extras. Everybody asking for digital consumption. Whole lot of chaos for online discussion. Facts. Stand on business, no pretending. Truth stay truth when the trending in. And I won't fold just to fit online. Cause truth don't pick sides. Truth survives. Truth survives. Survive. Truth survives. Survive. Truth survives. Survive. Survive. A lot of these friendships transactional. A lot of this outrage profitable. Truth survive. Truth survive. Truth survive.
They drag us from the coast. Middle passage madness, where we lost the most. Packed in hoes like cargo, spirits in a cage. Built a brand new nation, lived a life of rage. Yeah, we were the property, the 3/5 compromise. Picked the cotton, built the White House with our hands inside. And they watered all the poplar trees with our blood and cries. Yeah, you know what they were for beneath the southern skies. That strange fruit hanging message of their hate. A simple wrong look was enough to seal your fate. To my brown kin, they just stole it, called it manifest. Killed the Aztecs, stole the planes, put them to the west. The good old days, the signs on the wall. They want us broken, silent, waiting for the call. They wanna push us backwards, drag us down to hell, but we ain't going back, not going back. We ain't going back. We ain't going back. We ain't going back. Let's talk about a word. Let's talk about a word. See how it sticks. 6 letters, COLORED to politics. Not a person, just a label, just a shade on a chart. A legal way to tear a whole damn race apart. Colored water fountain, colored waiting room, colored entrance round the back, a social living tomb. Jim Crow was the law, man. Segregation was the tool. Taught a child to hate his own skin before he went to school. And it ain't just here, that's the global view. Apartheid, colonization, yeah, they did it there too. That word was a weapon, a boot on the neck to say you live, you die, you move at our check. They want the good old days, the signs on the wall. They want us broken, silent, waiting for the call. They wanna push us backwards, drag us down to hell, but we ain't going back. 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 Don't you dare say it's repeating. Enough is stop. They just got new suits, new slogans, new cops. They ban the books that tell the truth of Act 1. They call a protest riot soon as the marching's done. They tell us get over it, it wasn't us. While they build the same systems of them and us. Gerrymander the district, choke the money from the school. Praise the good old days while they fill the modern jails. This is the warning, this is the last thing. We learned your lessons, now we understand. We are the children of the ones you couldn't break. We are the dream that you could never ever take. We are the fire you tried to douse with ice. We paid the cost, we ain't gon' pay it twice. You want us back in chains, you want us on our knees. We'd rather die right here standing on our feet. This ain't a threat, this is a promise we fulfill. We ain't ever going back. We'll fight you tooth and nail. We ain't going back.
Something shifted. The air don't feel the same. Too many masks falling. Too many truths walking in the daylight. Justice being patient. Now she's knocking at every door. Let's go! It's over. It's over. Yeah, it's over. What's hidden always finds the sunlight. What's planted in darkness always grows toward the light. Yeah. It's over. The tide done turned. The whole world finally starting to discern. We cried, we built, we stood, we healed. Now look at what refusing to quit revealed. It's over. Funny how silence got louder than the lies. Funny how fake smiles couldn't survive real eyes. Everybody wanted power, nobody wanted truth. Now accountability, walking in expensive boots. Used to laugh, used to mock, used to throw stones. Now everybody scrambling, trying to protect thrones. See, light don't argue, it just shines. Truth don't rush, it arrives on time. Receipts don't disappear, energy don't lie. Everything eventually meets the most high. No shortcuts, no cheating, no editing history. What's done in the shadows always becomes somebody's testimony. Can you feel that? The atmosphere changing, people protecting peace instead of entertaining. Healing replacing hate, purpose replacing fame. The culture waking up, nothing feeling the same. It's over. No more pretending. It's over. A new beginning. Too bright, can't dim that light. Justice showed up, now everything's sitting right. It's over. The season changed, the energy rearranged. One chapter closed, another one raised. It's over. From neighborhoods to timelines, from classrooms to front lines, people standing taller, speaking with intention, learning every platform carries real consequences. Less tearing people down, more lifting people up, less chasing empty cloud, more building real trust. Every grandmother praying, every father staying, every child dreaming, every voice saying enough hiding, enough dividing, enough pretending everything alright when people die. And the next generation watching every move we make, let's leave them something stronger than another fake debate. Hey, 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 hey. Who we are? The truth. What we want. How we move. How we lead. Together. Boom. How we move. How we lead. Together. Boom. Ain't no victory lap, it's a healing march. Everybody carrying visible and invisible scars. Some lost family, some lost hope, some almost gave up, barely stayed afloat. But look now, the sun's still rising, the future looking brighter, the vision getting wider. Real ones never folded, never sold they souls. Stay 10 toes while the pressure made them gold. Now respect sounding louder than gossip. Character worth more than popularity. Integrity becoming the new luxury. That's the flame. No revenge. Just grow. No hate. Just hope. No bitterness. Just wisdom. No fear. Just vision. This the dawn of another chapter. Built stronger, built wiser, built together. It's over. Darkness couldn't hold us. It's over. The truth finally showed us who we are, who counted us out, but they never counted on the truth. The world changing. One voice, one family, one act of courage at a time. Golden Queen. This ain't the ending, it's the beginning.